Hare Krishna, welcome to Sravanam Diaries podcast. I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi and we are starting the next book today, which is called Nectar of Instruction, Shri Upadeshamrita, by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is his translation and his purport, and originally Shri Upadeshamrita was written by Srila Rupa Goswami. So let's start with the preface. The Krishna consciousness movement is conducted under the supervision of Srila Rupa Goswami. The Gaudiya Vaishnavas or Bengali Vaishnavas are mostly followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of whom the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan are direct disciples. Therefore, Srila Narottam Das Thakur has sung Rupa Raghunatha Pade Haibe Akuti Kabihama Bujabase Jugala Piriti. When I am eager to understand the literature given by the Goswamis, then I shall be able to understand the transcendental loving affairs of Radha and Krishna. Unquote. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in order to bestow upon human society the benediction of the science of Krishna. The most exalted of all the activities of Lord Krishna are his pastimes of conjugal love with the gopis. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in the mood of Srimati Radharani, the best of the gopis. Therefore, to understand the mission of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and follow his footsteps, one must very seriously follow in the footsteps of the 6 Goswamis: Shri Rupa, Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath, Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta, and Dasa Raghunath. Shri Rupa Goswami was the leader of all the Goswamis, and to guide our activities, he gave us this Upadeshamrita, the nectar of instruction. To follow. Okay. As Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left behind him the 8 verses known as Shikshashtaka, Rupa Goswami gave us Upadeshamrita so that we may become pure Vaishnavas. In all spiritual affairs, one's first duty is to control his mind and senses. Unless one controls his mind and senses, one cannot make any advancement in spiritual life. Everyone within this material world is engrossed in the modes of passion and ignorance. One must promote himself to the platform of goodness, Sattva Guna, by following the instructions of Rupa Goswami, and then everything concerning how to make further progress will be revealed. Advancement in Krishna consciousness depends on the attitude of the follower. A follower of the Krishna consciousness movement should become a perfect Goswami. Vaishnavas are generally known as Goswamis. In Vrindavan, this is the title by which the director of each temple is known. One who wants to become a perfect devotee of Krishna must become a Goswami. Go means the senses, and Swami means the master. Unless one controls his senses and mind, one cannot become a Goswami. To achieve the highest success in life by becoming a Goswami and then a pure devotee of the Lord, one must follow the instructions known as Upadeshamrita, which have been given by Srila Rupa Goswami. Srila Rupa Goswami has given many other books, such as Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Vidagdha Madhava, and Lalita Madhava. But Upadeshamrita constitutes the first instructions for neophyte devotees. One should follow these instructions very strictly. Then it will be easier to make one's life successful. Hare Krishna. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, September 20, 1975, Vishvarupa Mahotsava, Krishna Balaram Mandir, Ramanreti, Vrindavan, India. Jai. Nectar of Instruction, verse 1. Vachuvegam manasakrodha vegam, jiva vegam ubdaropasta vegam, etan veganyo visaheta dhira, sarvam apimam prithivim sashishyat. The proper meter would be Vacho vegam manasa krota vegam, jihva vegam udaropasta vegam, etan veganyo visaheta dhira, sarvam apimam prithivim sashishyat. Vacha, of speech, vegam, urge, manasa, of the mind, krodha, of anger, vegam, urge, jihva, of the tongue, vegam, urge, udaropastha, of the belly and genitals, vegam, urge, etan, these, vegam, urges, whoever, vishaheta, can tolerate, dhira, sober, sarvam, all, api, certainly, imam, this, prithivim, world, sa, that personality, shishyat, can make disciples. Translation. A sober person who can tolerate the urge to speak, the mind's demands, the actions of anger, and the urges of the tongue, belly, and genitals, is qualified to make disciples all over the world. Purport. In Srimad Bhagavatam 6.1, 9-10, Parikshit Maharaj placed a number of intelligent questions before Shukadeva Goswami. One of these questions was, why do people undergo atonement if they cannot control their senses? For instance, a thief may know perfectly well that he may be arrested for his stealing, and he may actually even see a thief arrested by the police. Yet, he continues to steal. Experience is gathered by hearing and seeing. One who is less intelligent gathers experience by seeing, and one who is more intelligent gathers experience by hearing. When an intelligent person hears from the law books and shastras or scriptures that stealing is not good, and hears that a thief is punished when arrested, he refrains from theft. A less intelligent person may first have to be arrested and punished for stealing to learn to stop stealing. However, a rascal, a foolish man, may have the experience of both hearing and seeing, and may even be punished, but still he continues to steal. Even if such a person atones and is punished by the government, he will again commit theft as soon as he comes out of jail. If punishment in jail is considered atonement, what is the benefit of such atonement? Thus Parikshit Maharaj inquired. Drishta shrutabhyam yat papam jananapyat manohitam karoti bhuyo vivasha prayashchitam atho katham kvachin nivartate bhadrat kvachit charati tat punah prayashchitam atho partham manyek kunjara shauchavat. He compared atonement to an elephant's bathing. The elephant may take a very nice bath in the river, but as soon as it comes onto the bank, it throws dirt all over its body. What then is the value of its bathing? Similarly, many spiritual practitioners chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra and at the same time commit many forbidden things, thinking that their chanting will counteract their offenses. Of the 10 types of offenses one can commit while chanting the holy name of the Lord, this offense is called Namno Balad Yasya Hi Papa Buddhi, committing sinful activities on the strength of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Similarly, certain Christians go to church to confess their sins, thinking that confessing their sins before a priest and performing some penance will relieve them from the results of their weekly sins. As soon as Saturday is over and Sunday comes, they again begin their sinful activities, expecting to be forgiven the next Saturday. This kind of prayashchita, or atonement, is condemned by Parikshit Maharaj, the most intelligent king of his time. Shukadeva Goswami, equally intelligent, as befitting the spiritual master of Parikshit Maharaj, answered the king and confirmed that his statement concerning atonement was correct. A sinful activity cannot be counteracted by a pious activity. Thus, real prayashchita, atonement, is the awakening of our dormant Krishna consciousness. Real atonement involves coming to real knowledge, and for this there is a standard process. When one follows a regulated hygienic process, he does not fall sick. A human being is meant to be trained according to certain principles to revive his original consciousness. Such a methodical life is described as tapasya. One can be gradually elevated to the standard of real knowledge or Krishna consciousness by practicing austerity and celibacy, brahmacharya, by controlling the mind, by controlling the senses, by giving up one's possessions in charity, by being avowedly truthful, by keeping clean, and by practicing yoga asanas. However, if one is fortunate enough to get the association of a pure devotee, he can easily surpass all the practices for controlling the mind by the mystic yoga process, simply by following the regulative principles of Krishna consciousness, refraining from illicit sex, meat eating, intoxication, and gambling, and by engaging in the service of the Supreme Lord under the direction of the bona fide spiritual master. This easy process is being recommended by Srila Rupa Goswami. We're going to stop here for today, and tomorrow we will start going into discussion of each urge and how to control each urge, starting from speaking power and then on to the mind and other anger and other urges that were discussed in the verse. This is a very, very important book, one of the central books of the Krishna conscious philosophy, of the Gaudiya philosophy, and it is one of the books necessary to receive the acknowledgement of being a Bhakti-sastris. So we already read Ishopanishad. This is Nectar of Instruction. And 2 more is Bhagavad Gita itself and Nectar of Devotion. So this is a very, very important scripture, which is really, really deep, even though it is a considerably small book. So I also have read it many times and listened to audiobooks many times, and one of the things that maybe I mentioned already, but transcendental literature is ever fresh. So no matter how many times you read it, you will always find something new, something fresh, something especially inspiring. And it's almost like, falling in love again and again for the first time. So when we started reading this with the preface, I was really it caught my mind how Prabhupada was really emphasizing that we are followers of Srila Rupa Goswami, who is the 6 Goswamis, and he is establishing the proper chain of disciplic succession in whose line we are. And I think this is very, very relevant for me personally at the moment. Being a Rupanuga, or a follower of Srila Rupa Goswami, has been quite a relevant topic past few years. So, thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description. And if you would like to learn how to control the 6 urges and become the Goswami, or the master of the senses, tune in tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we're continuing to read the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast. I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi, at your service, and this is page number 4. First, one must control his speaking power. Every one of us has the power of speech. As soon as we get an opportunity, we begin to speak. If we do not speak about Krishna consciousness, we speak about all sorts of nonsense. A toad in a field speaks by croaking, and similarly everyone who has a tongue wants to speak, even if all he has to say is nonsense. The croaking of the toad, however, simply invites the snake. Please come here and eat me. Nevertheless, although it is inviting death, the toad goes on croaking. The talking of materialistic men and impersonalist Mayavadi philosophers may be compared to the croaking of frogs. They are always speaking nonsense and thus inviting death to catch them. Controlling speech, however, does not mean self-imposed silence, the external process of mauna, as Mayavadi philosophers think. Silence may appear helpful for some time, but ultimately it proves a failure. The meaning of controlled speech conveyed by Srila Rupa Goswami advocates the positive process of Krishna Katha, engaging the speaking process in glorifying the Supreme Lord, Shri Krishna. The tongue can thus glorify the name, form, qualities, and pastimes of the Lord. The preacher of Krishna Katha is always beyond the clutches of death. This is the significance of controlling the urge to speak. The restlessness or flickering of the mind, the restlessness or fickleness of the mind, mano vega, is controlled when one can fix his mind on the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.31 says, Krishna Surya Samamaya Haya Andhakara Yahan Krishna Tahan Nahi Maya Radhikara. Krishna is just like the sun, and Maya is just like darkness. If the sun is present, there is no question of darkness. Similarly, if Krishna is present in the mind, there is no possibility of the mind being agitated by Maya's influence. The yogic process of negating all material thoughts will not help. To try to create a vacuum in the mind is artificial. The vacuum will not remain. However, if one always thinks of Krishna and how to serve Krishna best, one's mind will naturally be controlled. Similarly, anger can be controlled. We cannot stop anger altogether. But if we simply become angry with those who blaspheme the Lord or the devotees of the Lord, we control our anger in Krishna consciousness. So we control our anger in Krishna consciousness. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became angry with the miscreant brothers Jagai and Madhai, who blasphemed and struck Nityananda Prabhu. In his Shikshashtaka, Lord Chaitanya wrote, Trinadapi sunichena tarorapi sahishnana. One should be humbler than the grass and more tolerant than the tree. One may then ask why the Lord exhibited his anger. The point is that one should be ready to tolerate all insults to one's own self. But when Krishna or his pure devotee is blasphemed, a genuine devotee becomes angry and acts like fire against the offenders. Krodha, anger, cannot be stopped, but it can be applied rightly. It was in anger that Hanuman set fire to Lanka, but he is worshipped as the greatest devotee of Lord Ramachandra. This means that he utilized his anger in the right way. Arjuna serves as another example. He was not willing to fight, but Krishna incited his anger. You must fight. To fight without anger is not possible. Anger is controlled, however, when utilized in the service of the Lord. Jai. For the record, this anger doesn't mean violence and literally killing people in this day and age. It means speaking in the way that the internal demons will be defeated. As for the urges of the tongue, we all experience that the tongue wants to eat palatable dishes. Generally, we should not allow the tongue to eat according to its choice, but should control the tongue by supplying prasadam. The devotee's attitude is that he will eat only when Krishna gives him prasadam. This is the way to control the urge of the tongue. Prasadam is the food offered to the Lord and taken as his mercy, prasadam. One should take prasadam at scheduled times and should not eat in restaurants or sweetmeat shops simply to satisfy the whims of the tongue or belly. If we stick to the principle of taking only prasadam, the urges of the belly and tongue can be controlled. In a similar manner, the urges of the genitals, the sex impulse, can be controlled when not utilized unnecessarily. The genitals should be used to beget a Krishna-conscious child, otherwise they should not be used. The Krishna consciousness movement encourages marriage, not for the satisfaction of the genitals, but for the begetting of Krishna-conscious children. As soon as the children are a little grown up, they are sent to our Gurukula school, where they are trained to become fully Krishna-conscious devotees. Many such Krishna-conscious children are required, and one who is capable of bringing forth Krishna-conscious offspring is allowed to utilize his genitals. Jai, I grew up also studying in Gurukul. It's really beautiful, awesome place. I'm vouching for those words. It's beautiful to have training under loving and caring devotees when you're growing up. When one is fully practiced in the methods of Krishna consciousness control, he can become qualified to be a bona fide spiritual master. In his Anuvriti explanation of Upadeshamrita, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes that our material identification creates these three kinds of urges: the urge to speak, the urge or demands of the mind, and the demands of the body. When a living entity falls victim to these three types of urges, his life becomes inauspicious. One who practices resisting these demands or urges is called tapasvi, or one who practices austerities. By such tapasya, one can overcome victimization by the material energy, the external potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When we refer to the urge to speak, we refer to useless talking, such as that of the impersonal Mayavadi philosophers, or of persons engaged in fruitive activities, technically called karma kanda, or of materialistic people who simply want to enjoy life without restriction. All such talks or literatures are practical exhibitions of the urge to speak. Many people are talking nonsensically and writing volumes of useless books, and all this is the result of the urge to speak. To counteract this tendency, we have to divert our talking to the subject of Krishna. This is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5, 10-11. Nayadvachaschitra padam harir yasho jagat pavitram pragri nitakarhichit tadvayasam tirtham ushanti manasa nayatraham sha niramantyushikshayah. Those words which do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe, are considered by saintly persons to be like unto a place of pilgrimage for crows. Since the all-perfect persons are inhabitants of the transcendental abode, they do not derive any pleasure there. Tadvag visargo janatagha viplavo yasmin pratishlokam abadhavadyapi naimanyanantasya yashon kitaniyat shrinvanti gayanti grinanti sadavah. On the other hand, that literature which is full of descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, forms, pastimes, etc., of the unlimited Supreme Lord, is a different creation, full of transcendental words, directed towards bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of this world's misdirected civilization. Such a transcendental literature, even imperfectly composed, are heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. Jai! The conclusion is that only when we talk about devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead can we refrain from useless, nonsensical talk. We should always endeavor to use our speaking power solely for the purpose of realizing Krishna consciousness. As for the agitations of the flickering mind, they are divided into two categories, two divisions. The first is called avirodha priti, or unrestricted attachment, and the other is called virodha yukta krodha, anger arising from frustration. Adherence to the philosophy of the Mayavadis, belief in the fruitive results of the Karmavadis, and belief in plans based on materialistic desires are called avirodha priti. Gyanis, karmis, and materialistic plan makers generally attract the attention of conditioned souls. But when the materialists cannot fulfill their plans, and when their devices are frustrated, they become angry. Frustration of material desires produces anger. Similarly, the demands of the body can be divided into three categories: the demands of the tongue, the belly, and the genitals. One may observe that these three senses are physically situated in a straight line. As far as the body is concerned, and that the bodily demands begin with the tongue. Okay, they are situated in a straight line as far as the body is concerned, and the bodily demands begin with the tongue. So the tongue, and then belly, and then genitals, one line. Right? If one can restrain the demands of the tongue by limiting its activities to the eating of prasadam, the urges of the belly and the genitals can automatically be controlled. Alright, we're going to stop here for today. It is a long purport. It is a very deep subject matter, and I'm sure we can read again and again and find deeper and deeper meanings. But in the conclusion, I just wanted to say that this virodha yukta krodha and avirodha priti, these two, first is like unrestricted attachment, and second is anger arising from frustration. I can just clearly see, because I'm also doing social media marketing as one of the main services, so you can really see how basically it's all based on trying to attract the attention of everyone, of conditioned souls, and giving them belief, right? Like Prabhupada says here, belief in plans, belief in these fruitive results, belief. They're trying to generate this belief. So it's something, and naturally, if you try to generate belief that by buying something you will become happy, and then by buying everything in the world you're not happy, then what comes next? Virodha yukta krodha, anger arising from frustration. Jai. So, thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, so please chant Hare Krishna and be happy. And yes, we shall see you tomorrow. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi, page number 8. Alright. In this connection, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Sharira vidya jao jo jandriyata hikal jive pile vishaya sagare Taramadya jivati lobamai sudurmati take jeta kathina samsare Krishna Bharadayamoi Karibare Jivajai Sva Prasad Annadilabai Sayanamrita Pao Sayanamrita Kao Radha Krishna Gunagao Premedaka Shri Chaitanya Nitai. O Lord, Quote, O Lord, this material body is a lump of ignorance, and the senses are a network of paths leading to death. Somehow or other, we have fallen into the ocean of material sense enjoyment. And of all the senses, the tongue is the most voracious and uncontrollable. It is very difficult to conquer the tongue in this world, but you, dear Krishna, are very kind to us. You have sent this nice prasadam to help us conquer the tongue. Therefore, let us take this prasadam to our full satisfaction and glorify your lordships, Shri Shri Radha and Krishna, and in love call for the help of Lord Chaitanya and Prabhu Nityananda. Unquote. There are 6 kinds of rasas, tastes, and if one is agitated by any one of them, he becomes controlled by the urges of the tongue. Some persons are attracted to the eating of meat, fish, crabs, eggs, and other things produced by semen and blood and eaten in the form of dead bodies. Others are attracted by eating vegetables, creepers, spinach, or milk products, but all for the satisfaction of the tongue's demands. Such eating for sense gratification, including the use of extra quantities of spices like chili and tamarind, is to be given up by Krishna-conscious persons. The use of pan, haritaki, betel nuts, various spices used in pan making, tobacco, LSD, marijuana, opium, liquor, coffee and tea is indulged in to fulfill illicit demands. If we can practice accepting only remnants of food offered to Krishna, it is possible to get free from Maya's victimization. Vegetables, grains, fruits, milk products, and water are proper foods to offer to the Lord, as Lord Krishna himself prescribes. However, if one accepts prasadam only because of its palatable taste and thus eats too much, he also falls prey in trying to satisfy the demands of the tongue. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught us to avoid very palatable dishes, even while eating prasadam. If we offer palatable dishes to the deity with the intention of eating such nice food, we are involved in trying to satisfy the demands of the tongue. If we accept the invitation of a rich man with the idea of receiving palatable food, we are also trying to satisfy the demands of the tongue. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 6.227, it is stated, Jivara lalasaye iti utidhaya Shishnodara parayana Krishna nahi paya. Quote, that person who runs here and there seeking to gratify his palate, and who is always attached to the desires of his stomach and genitals, is unable to attain Krishna. Unquote. As stated before, the tongue, belly, and genitals are all situated in a straight line, and they fall in the same category. Lord Chaitanya has said, Bhalana kaibe ara bhalana paribe. Do not dress luxuriously and do not eat delicious foodstuffs. Unquote. Chaitanya Charitamrita 6.236. Those who suffer from diseases of the stomach must be unable to control the urges of the belly, at least according to this analysis. When we desire to eat more than necessary, we automatically create many inconveniences in life. However, if we observe fasting days like Ekadashi and Janmashtami, we can restrain the demands of the belly. As far as the urges of the genitals are concerned, there are two, proper and improper, or legal and illicit sex. When a man is properly mature, he can marry according to the rules and regulations of the Shastras and use his genitals for begetting nice children. This is legal and religious. Otherwise, he may adopt many artificial means to satisfy the demands of the genitals, and he may not use any restraint. When one indulges in illicit sex life as defined by the Shastras, either by thinking, planning, talking about, or actually having sexual intercourse, or by satisfying the genitals by artificial means, he is caught in the clutches of Maya. These instructions apply not only to householders, but also to tyagis, or those who are in the renounced order of life. In his book Prema Vivarta, Chapter 7, Shri Jagadananda Pandit says, Vairagi bhai gramya katha na shunibe kane, gramya vartana kahibe yabe malibe ane, swapane ona kara bhai stri sambhasana, griha stri chadiya bhai asiya chavana, yadi chaha pranaya rakhita gaurange rasane, chota harida sera katha taki ye namane, bhavlana kaibe ara bhavlana paribe, hridaye te radha krishna sarvada sevibe. Quote, My dear brother, you are in the renounced order of life and should not listen to talk about ordinary worldly things, nor should you talk about worldly things when you meet with others. Do not think of women even in dreams. You have accepted the renounced order of life with a vow that forbids you to associate with women. If you wish to associate with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you must always remember the incident of Chota Haridas and how he was rejected by the Lord. Do not eat luxurious dishes or dress in fine garments, but always remain humble and serve their lordships Shri Shri Radha Krishna in your heart of hearts. Unquote. The conclusion is that one who can control these 6 items, speech, mind, anger, tongue, belly, and genitals, is to be called a Swami or Goswami. Swami means master, and Goswami means master of the go or senses. When one accepts the renounced order of life, he automatically assumes the title of Swami. This does not mean that he is the master of his family, community, or society. He must be master of his senses. Unless one is master of his senses, he should not be called Goswami, but Godasa, servant of his senses. Following in the footsteps of the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, all Swamis and Goswamis should fully engage in the transcendental, loving service of the Lord. As opposed to this, the Godasas engage in the service of the senses or in the service of the material world. They have no other engagement. Prahlada Maharaj has further described the Godasa and Adantago, which refers to one whose senses are not controlled. An Adantago cannot become a servant of Krishna. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.30, Prahlada Maharaj has said, Matirna Krishnei paratah svatova mitho bhipadyeta griha vratanam adantago bhir vishatam tamishram punah punashcharvitacharvananam. Quote, for those who have decided to continue their existence in this material world for the gratification of their senses, there is no chance of becoming Krishna conscious, not by personal endeavor, by instruction from others, or by joint conferences. They are dragged by the unbridled senses into the darkest region of ignorance, and thus they madly engage in what is called chewing the chewed. Wow, what a fantastic finale. Really fantastic finale. Wow. Hare Krishna. So this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi, and we are continuing to read the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Text 2, page number 13. Atyahara prayasascha prajalponiyamagraha janasangascha laulyamcha shadbir bhaktir vinashyati. Atyahara, overeating or too much collecting. Prayasa, over-endeavoring. Cha, and prajalpa, idle talk. Niyama, rules and regulations. Agraha, too much attachment to, or agraha, too much neglect of. Janasanga, association with worldly minded persons. Cha, and laulyam, ardent longing or greed. Cha, and shadbi, by these 6. Bhakti, devotional service. Vinashyati, is destroyed. Translation. One's devotional service is spoiled when he becomes too entangled in the following 6 activities. 1. Eating more than necessary or collecting more funds than required. 2. Over-endeavoring for mundane things that are very difficult to obtain. 3. Talking unnecessarily about mundane subject matters. 4. Practicing the scriptural rules and regulations only for the sake of following them and not for the sake of spiritual advancement. Or rejecting the rules and regulations of the scriptures and working independently or whimsically. 5. Associating with worldly-minded persons who are not interested in Krishna consciousness. And 6. Being greedy for mundane achievements. Purport. Human life is meant for plain living and high thinking. Since all conditioned living beings are under the control of the Lord's third energy, this material world is designed so that one is obliged to work. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has 3 primary energies or potencies. The first is called Antaranga Shakti, or the internal potency. The second energy is called Tatastha Shakti, or the marginal potency. The third is called Bahiranga Shakti, or the external potency. The living entities constitute the marginal potency, and they are situated between the internal and external potencies. Being subordinate as eternal servants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Jivatmas or atomic living entities must remain under the control of either the internal or external potency. When they are under the control of the internal potency, they display their natural constitutional activity, namely, constant engagement in the devotional service of the Lord. This is stated in Bhagavad Gita 9.13. Mahatmanastu mampartha devim prakritim ashritah bhajantyananya manaso gyatva bhutadim avyayam. Quote, O son of Pritha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, inexhaustible and original. Unquote. The word Mahatma refers to those who are broad-minded, not cripple-minded. Cripple-minded persons, always engaged in satisfying their senses, sometimes expand their activities in order to do good for others through some ism, like nationalism, humanitarianism, or altruism. They may reject personal sense gratification for the sense gratification of others, like the members of their family, community, or society, either national or international. Actually, all this is extended sense gratification. This is a very key point. Actually, all this is extended sense gratification from personal to communal to social. This may all be very good from the material point of view, but such activities have no spiritual value. The basis of such activity is sense gratification, either personal or extended. Only when a person gratifies the senses of the Supreme Lord can he be called a Mahatma or broad-minded person. Jai. In the above quoted verse from Bhagavad Gita, the words Daivim Prakritim refer to the control of the internal potency, or pleasure potency, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This pleasure potency is manifested as Srimati Radharani, or her expansion Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. When the individual, jiva, souls, are under the control of the internal potency, their only engagement is the satisfaction of Krishna or Vishnu. This is the position of a Mahatma. If one is not a Mahatma, he is a Duratma, or a cripple-minded person. Such mentally cripple-minded Duratmas are put under the control of the Lord's external potency, Mahamaya. Indeed, all living entities within this material world are under the control of Mahamaya, whose business is to subject them to the influence of threefold miseries: Adhidaiva klesha, sufferings caused by the demigods, such as droughts, earthquakes, and storms; Adhibhautika klesha, sufferings caused by other living entities like insects or enemies; and Adhyatmika klesha, sufferings caused by one's own body and mind, such as mental and physical infirmities. Daiva bhutatma hetava Daiva bhutatma hetava The conditioned soul subjected to these three miseries by the control of the external energy suffer various difficulties. We all have experience of that. The main problem confronting the conditioned souls is the repetition of birth, old age, disease, and death. In the material world, one has to work for the maintenance of the body and soul. But how can one perform such work in a way that is favorable for the execution of Krishna consciousness? Everyone requires possessions such as food, grains, clothing, money, and other things necessary for the maintenance of the body. But one should not collect more than necessary for his actual basic needs. If this natural principle is followed, there will be no difficulty in maintaining the body. According to nature's arrangement, the living entities lower on the evolutionary scale do not eat or collect more than necessary. Consequently, in the animal kingdom, there is generally no economic problem or scarcity of necessities. If a bag of rice is placed in a public place, birds will come to eat a few grains and go away. A human being, however, will take away the whole bag. He will eat all his stomach and can hold and then try to keep the rest in storage. According to scriptures, such collecting of more than necessary, atyahara, is prohibited. Now the entire world is suffering because of it. I guess 2020 really showed us when there was a panic buying in the shops, and some people didn't get some basic necessities, and they were like, well, congrats to all those whose basic groceries will be expiring, because you can't stock up, forever. There's date of expiry, and people should have been less basically collecting not more than necessary, and then some people would not be deprived of some basic things. Collecting and eating more than necessary also causes prayasa, or unnecessary endeavor. By God's arrangement, anyone in any part of the world can live very peacefully if he has some land and a milk cow. There's no need for man to move from one place to another to earn a livelihood, for one can produce food grains locally and get milk from cows. That can solve all economic problems. Fortunately, man has been given higher intelligence for the cultivation of Krishna consciousness, or the understanding of God, one's relationship with Him, and the ultimate goal of life, love of God. Unfortunately, so-called civilized man, not caring for God realization, utilizes his intelligence to get more than necessary and simply eats to satisfy the tongue. By God's arrangement, there is sufficient scope for the production of milk and grains for human beings all over the world. But instead of using their higher intelligence to cultivate God consciousness, so-called intelligent men misuse their intelligence to produce many unnecessary, unwanted things. Thus, factories, slaughterhouses, brothels, and liquor shops are open. If people are advised not to collect too many goods, eat too much, or work unnecessarily to possess artificial amenities, they think they are being advised to return to a primitive way of life. Generally, people don't like to accept plain living and high thinking. That is their unfortunate position. Well, we're going to stop here for today, and there's a lot of food for thought for somebody who hears Srila Prabhupada's books for the first time, and for me it's a beautiful reminder of the beauty of plain living and high thinking. Yes. So, thank you so much for tuning in. The link to this book is in the description. Please read it along with us and share it with your friends. And we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi. So we are reading text 2, page number 17. Human life is meant for God realization, and the human being is given higher intelligence for this purpose. Those who believe that this higher intelligence is meant to attain a higher state should follow the instructions of the Vedic literatures. By taking such instructions from higher authorities, one can actually become situated in perfect knowledge and give real meaning to life. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.9, Shri Suta Goswami describes the proper human dharma in this way. Dharmasya hyapavargasya narthorthayo pakalpate narthasya dharmai kantasya kamolabhaya hi smrita. Quote, all occupational engagements, dharma, are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service, dharma, should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. Unquote. The first step in human civilization consists of occupational engagements performed according to the scriptural injunctions. The higher intelligence of a human being should be trained to understand basic dharma. In human society, there are various religious concepts characterized as Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, Hebrew, Mohammedan, and so on, for without religion, human society is no better than animal society. As stated above, dharmasya hyapavargasya narthorthayo pakalpate. Religion is meant for attaining emancipation, not for getting bread. Sometimes human society manufactures a system of so-called religion aimed at material advancement. But this is far from the purpose of true religion, true dharma. Religion entails understanding the laws of God, because the proper execution of these laws ultimately leads one out of material entanglement. That is the true purpose of religion. Unfortunately, people accept religion for material prosperity because of atyahara, or an excessive desire for such prosperity. True religion, however, instructs people to be satisfied with the bare necessities of life, while cultivating Krishna consciousness. Even though we require economic development, true religion allows it only for supplying the bare necessities of material existence. Jivasya tattva jigyasa. The real purpose of life is to inquire about the absolute truth. If our endeavor, prayasa, is not to inquire about the absolute truth, we will simply increase our endeavor to satisfy our artificial needs. A spiritual aspirant should avoid mundane endeavor. Another impediment is prajalpa, unnecessary talking. When we mix with a few friends, we immediately begin unnecessarily talking, sounding just like croaking toads. If we must talk, we should talk about the Krishna consciousness movement. Those outside of the Krishna consciousness movement are interested in reading heaps of newspapers, magazines, and novels, solving crossword puzzles, and doing many other nonsensical things. In this fashion, people simply waste their valuable time and energy. In the Western countries, old men retired from active life play cards, fish, watch television, and debate about useless socio-political schemes. All these and other frivolous activities are included in the prajalpa category. Intelligent persons interested in Krishna consciousness should never take part in such activities. Jnana Sangha refers to associating with persons not interested in Krishna consciousness. One should strictly avoid such an association. Srila Narottam Das Thakur has therefore advised us to live only in the association of Krishna conscious devotees, Bhakta Sanivas. Oh, this is the song. Tadera charan sevi Bhakta Sanivas, janame hai abhilas. One should always engage in the service of the Lord, in the association of the Lord's devotees. Association with those engaged in a similar line of business is very conducive to advancement in that business. Consequently, materialistic persons form various associations and clubs to enhance their endeavors. For example, in the business world, we find such institutions as the Stock Exchange and Chamber of Commerce. Similarly, we have established the International Society for Krishna Consciousness to give people an opportunity to associate with those who have not forgotten Krishna. Wow, this is a nice definition. Yeah, because you will find many different devotees on many different levels in ISKCON, International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Prabhupada, he said that if you will associate with those who have not forgotten Krishna. So that depends on which level of not forgotten. Wow, I love this one. This spiritual association offered by our ISKCON movement is increasing day by day. Yes, very true. Many people from different parts of the world join the society to awaken their dormant Krishna consciousness. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes in his Anuvriti commentary that too much endeavor to acquire knowledge on the part of mental speculators or dry philosophers falls within the category of atyahara, collecting more than needed. Too much knowledge. Hey, this is for me. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, the endeavor of philosophical speculators to write volumes of books on dry philosophy devoid of Krishna consciousness is entirely futile. This is just something to be really appreciated right now, because these days, wherever you go, people have their own philosophy, honestly. Like, people create their own philosophies and they're preaching their way, like, in a very, it sounds very intellectual, but it is devoid of the Supreme Lord, so it's not really efficient or beneficial in the eternal point of view. So this is really relevant for all of us. The work of karmis who write volumes of books on economic development also falls within the category of atyahara. Similarly, those who have no desire for Krishna consciousness and who are simply interested in possessing more and more material things, either in the shape of scientific knowledge or monetary gain, are all included under the control of atyahara. Karmis labor to accumulate more and more money for future generations only because they do not know their future position. Interested only in gaining more and more money for their sons and grandsons, such foolish persons do not even know what their position is going to be in the next life. There are many incidences that illustrate this point. Once a great karmi accumulated a vast fortune for his sons and grandsons, but later, according to his karma, he took his birth in a cobbler's house, located near the building which in the previous life he had constructed for his children. It so happened that when this very cobbler came to his former house, his former sons and grandsons beat him with shoes. Unless the karmis and gyanis become interested in Krishna consciousness, they will simply continue to waste their life in fruitless activities. Accepting some of the scriptural rules and regulations for immediate benefit, as utilitarians advocate, is called niyamagraha. And neglecting the rules and regulations of the Shastras, which are meant for spiritual development, is called niyamagraha. So niyamagraha and niyamagraha. The word agraha means eagerness to accept, and agraha means failure to accept. By the addition of either of these two words to the word niyama, rules and regulations, the word niyamagraha is formed. Thus, niyamagraha has a twofold meaning that is understood according to the particular combination of words, the beauty of Sanskrit. Those interested in Krishna consciousness should not be eager to accept rules and regulations for economic advancement. Yet they should very faithfully accept scriptural rules and regulations for the advancement of Krishna consciousness. They should strictly follow the regulative principles by avoiding illicit sex, meat eating, gambling, and intoxication. One should also avoid association with Mayavadis, who simply blaspheme Vaishnavas, devotees. Bhuktikamis, who are interested in material happiness, Muktikamis, who desire liberation by merging in the existence of the formless absolute Brahman, and Siddhi Kamis, who desire the perfection of mystic yoga practice, are classified as atyaharis. To associate with such person is not at all desirable. Desires to expand the mind by perfecting mystic yoga, merging in the existence of Brahman, or attaining whimsical material prosperity are all included within the category of greed, laulya. All attempts to acquire such material benefits or so-called spiritual advancement are impediments on the path of Krishna consciousness. Right. Modern warfare waged between capitalists and communists is due to their avoiding the advice of Srila Rupa Goswami regarding Atyahara. Modern capitalists accumulate more wealth than necessary. Everyone will agree with this. And the communists, envious of their prosperity, want to nationalize all wealth and prosperity. Unfortunately, the communists do not know how to solve the problem of wealth and its distribution. Consequently, when the wealth of the capitalists falls into the hands of the communists, no solution results. Opposed to these two philosophies, the Krishna-conscious ideology states that all wealth belongs to Krishna. Thus, unless all wealth comes under the administration of Krishna, there can be no solution to the economic problem of mankind. Nothing can be solved by placing wealth in the hands of the communists or the capitalists. If a 50-pound note is lying on the street, someone may pick it up and put it in his pocket. Such a man is not honest. Another man may see the money and decide to let it remain there, thinking that he should not touch another's property. Although the second man does not steal the money for his own purposes, he is unaware of its proper use. The third man who sees the 50-pound note may pick it up, find the man who lost it, and deliver it to him. This man does not steal the money to spend for himself, nor does he neglect it and let it lie in the street. By taking it and delivering it to the man who has lost it, this man is both honest and wise. Simply transferring wealth from capitalists to communists cannot solve the problem of modern politics. For it has been demonstrated that when a communist gets money, he uses it for his own sense gratification. The wealth of the world actually belongs to Krishna, and every living entity, man and animal, has the birthright to use God's property for his maintenance. When one takes more than his maintenance requires, be he a capitalist or a communist, he is a thief, and as such he is liable to be punished by the laws of nature. Laws of nature. The wealth of the world should be used for the welfare of all living entities, for that is the plan of Mother Nature. Everyone has the right to live by utilizing the wealth of the Lord. When people learn the art of scientifically utilizing the Lord's property, they will no longer encroach upon one another's rights. Haribol! Then an ideal society can be formed. The basic principle for such a spiritual society is stated in the first mantra of Shri Ishopanishad. Jai. Ishavasyam idam sarvam yat kincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita magridah kasya svidanam. Quote, everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore accept only those things which necessary for himself, which are set aside as his quota, and one should not accept other things, knowing well to whom they belong. Krishna-conscious devotees know very well that this material world is designed by the complete arrangement of the Lord to fulfill all the necessities of life for all living beings, without their having to encroach upon the life or rights of one another. This complete arrangement affords the proper quota of wealth for everyone according to his real needs, and thus everyone may live peacefully according to the principle of plain living and high thinking. Unfortunately, materialists who have neither faith in the plan of God nor any aspiration for higher spiritual development misuse their God-given intelligence only to augment their material possessions. They devise many systems, such as capitalism and materialistic communism, to advance their material position. They're not interested in the laws of God or in a higher goal. Always anxious to fulfill their unlimited desires for sense gratification, they are conspicuous by their ability to exploit their fellow living beings. When human society gives up these elementary faults enumerated by Srila Rupa Goswami, Atyahara, etc., all enmity will cease between man and animals, capitalists and communists, and so forth. In addition, all problems of economic or material maladjustment and instability will be solved. This pure consciousness is awakened by the proper spiritual education and practice offered scientifically by the Krishna consciousness movement. This Krishna consciousness movement offers a spiritual community that can bring about a peaceful condition in the world. Every intelligent man should purify his consciousness and rid himself of the above-mentioned 6 hindrances to devotional service by taking wholehearted shelter of this Krishna consciousness movement. Haribol! Thus ends text 2, and tomorrow we shall continue with the text 3. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're back with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I am your host, Sulalita Devidasi. We're reading text 3, page number 25. Utsahan nishchaya dharyat tat karma pravartanat sangatyagat satovrite shadbir bhakti prasidyati. Utsahat by enthusiasm, nishchayat by confidence, dharyat by patience, tat karma, various activities favorable for devotional service, pravartanat by performing, sangatyagat by giving up the association of non-devotees, sata of the great previous acharyas, vrite by following in the footsteps, shadbi by these 6, bhakti devotional service, prasidyati advances or becomes successful. Translation: these are 6 principles favorable to the execution of pure devotional service. 1. Being enthusiastic. 2. Endeavoring with confidence. 3. Being patient. 4. Acting according to regulative principles, in brackets, such as Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, hearing, chanting, and remembering Krishna. 5. Abandoning the association of non-devotees. And 6. Following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas. These 6 principles undoubtedly assure the complete success of pure devotional service. Purport: devotional service is not a matter of sentimental speculation or imaginative ecstasy. Its substance is practical activity. I love this, actually. The substance of pure devotional service is practical activity. Srila Rupa Goswami in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.1.11 has defined devotional service as follows: Anyabhilashita shunyam jnana karma dhyanavritam anukulyena krishnanu shilanam bhaktir uttama. Quote: Uttama Bhakti, or unalloyed devotion unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna, involves the rendering of devotional service in a way that is favorable to the Lord. This devotional service should be free from any extraneous motive and devoid of fruitive karma, impersonal jnana, and all other selfish desires. Bhakti is a sort of cultivation. As soon as we say cultivation, we must refer to activity. Cultivation of spirituality does not mean sitting down idly for meditation, as some pseudo-yogis teach. Such idle meditation may be good for those who have no information of devotional service, and for this reason it is sometimes recommended as a way to check distracting materialistic activities. Meditation means stopping all nonsensical activities, at least for the time being. But devotional service not only puts an end to all nonsensical, mundane activities, but also engages one in meaningful devotional activities. Shri Prahlada Maharaj recommends Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam Padasevanam Archanam Vandanam Dasyam Sakyam Atma Nivedanam. The 9 processes of devotional service are as follows. First, hearing the name and glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Second, chanting His glories. Third, remembering the Lord. Fourth, serving the Lord's feet. Fifth, worshipping the deity. Sixth, offering obeisances unto the Lord. Seventh, acting as the Lord's servant. Eighth, making friends with the Lord. And ninth, surrendering oneself fully to the Lord. Sravanam, or hearing, is the first step in acquiring transcendental knowledge. One should not give oral reception to unauthorized persons, but should approach the proper person as recommended in Bhagavad Gita 4.34. Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha. Quote, just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Unquote. It is further recommended in the Mundaka Upanishad, Tadvigyanartham Sagurum eva bhigachet. Quote, to understand that transcendental science, one must approach a bona fide spiritual master. Thus, this method of submissively receiving transcendental, confidential knowledge is not merely based on mental speculation. In this regard, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told Rupa Goswami, Brahmanda Brahmite kona bhagyavan jiva Guru Krishna prasade paya bhakti lata bija. Quote, in the course of traversing the universal creation of Lord Brahma, some fortunate soul may receive the seed of Bhakti Lata, the creeper of devotional service. This is all by the grace of Guru and Krishna. Unquote, Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 19.151. The material world is a place of confinement for the living entities who are by nature anandamaya, pleasure-seeking. They actually want to be free from the confinement of this world of conditional happiness. but not knowing the process of liberation, they are bound to transmigrate from one species of life to another, and from one planet to another. In this way, the living entities are wandering throughout the material universe. When by good fortune, one comes in contact with a pure devotee and hears from him patiently, one begins to follow the path of devotional service. Such an opportunity is offered to a person who is sincere. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness is giving such a chance to humanity at large. If, by fortune, one takes advantage of this opportunity to engage in devotional service, the path of liberation immediately opens. One should accept this opportunity to return home back to Godhead very enthusiastically. Without enthusiasm, one cannot be successful. Even in the material world, one has to be very enthusiastic in his particular field of activity in order to be successful. A student, businessman, artist, or anyone else who wants success in his line must be enthusiastic. Haribol. Enthusiastic. Similarly, one has to be very enthusiastic in devotional service. Enthusiasm means action, but action for whom? The answer is that one should always act for Krishna. Krishnartha Kila Cheshta. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. In all phases of life, one has to perform devotional service under the direction of the spiritual master in order to attain perfection in Bhakti Yoga. It is not that one has to confine or narrow one's activities. Krishna is all-pervading. There is nothing independent of Krishna, as Krishna himself states in Bhagavad Gita. Wait a second. I don't remember this paragraph. Everything else I can clearly, it's, I have this thing that, okay, I read this before, this is like a reminder, very nice, repetition is the mother of learning, to, memorizing this by heart. But this particular thing that Prabhupada really, he emphasizes that in all phases of life, you should perform devotional service. And it's not that you have to confine or narrow one's activities. This is very, very, relevant right now, because it's been a topic actually in last year about, some people by nature, they're doing 10 different things. And some people by nature, they're more into something one. And sometimes I think in all areas of life, in material world also, in spiritual life also, you can find that fellow friends or acquaintances will say something like, to be a devotee means you have to actually narrow it down a little bit. Let's try to do something less. But we all have different natures, we all have different conditionings, and we're all different individuals. So here I'm really glad to read how Prabhupada actually says it's not that one has to confine or narrow one's activities. Isn't it? This is where enthusiasm sometimes gets a bit disturbed, because all of us are, like Prabhupada said, in order to be successful, you need to be enthusiastic. So I really find it a sign of friendship, or like a sign of a well-wisher, when they actually see that even though we're not pure devotees yet, they see which areas of your enthusiasm, which areas are there that spark that enthusiasm in you, and they are able to either directly engaged in devotional service or indirectly connected to devotional service, and in this way you remain enthusiastic. So this, because Prabhupada says here, therefore nothing is independent of Krishna, as Krishna himself states in Bhagavad Gita 9.4. Maya tatamidam sarvam jagadavyakta murtina matstani sarvabhutani nachaham teshvavastita. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. Unquote. Under the direction of the bona fide spiritual master, one has to make everything favorable for Krishna's service. For example, at present we are using a dictaphone. The materialist who invented this machine intended it for businessmen or writers of mundane subject matters. He certainly never thought of using the dictaphone in God's service. But we are using this dictaphone to write Krishna-conscious literature. Of course, the manufacture of the dictaphone is wholly within the energy of Krishna. All the parts of the instrument, including the electronic functions, are made from different combinations and interactions of the 5 basic types of material energy, namely Bhumi, Jala, Agni, Vayu, and Akash. So Bhumi is earth, Jal is water, Agni is fire, Vayu is air, and Akash is ether. The inventor used his brain to make this complicated machine, and his brain as well as the ingredients were supplied by Krishna. According to Krishna's statement, Mat Sthani Sarva Bhutani, everything is dependent on my energy. Thus, the devotee can understand that since nothing is independent of Krishna's energy, everything should be dovetailed in his service. Endeavor executed with intelligence in Krishna consciousness is called utsaha or enthusiasm. So this is what's lacking sometimes, right? There's so much endeavor in Krishna consciousness, but you feel lack of enthusiasm. So I think that this is the missing point. Endeavor executed with intelligence. Have to be intelligent. In Krishna consciousness is called utsaha or enthusiasm. The devotees find the correct means by which everything can be utilized in the service of the Lord. Nirbandha Krishna Sambandhe Yukta Vairagya Muchyate. The execution of devotional service is not a matter of idle meditation, but practical action in the foreground of spiritual life. Jai, this is beautiful, beautiful point. I love this point. We're going to stop here for today. And I just wanted to say a short anecdote. I think back in 5 years ago, when I was studying at Bhaktivedanta Academy with Bhaktivedanta Purna Maharaj, we were studying Vedanta Sutra. And in Vedanta Sutra, there was many sutras. Many, I just remember for many days we were discussing these sutras of Vedanta Sutra about Akash. And we were saying Akash is Brahman, Supreme Lord. So Supreme Lord, Akash, the connection between Akash is ether, Supreme Lord, ether. And at some point everyone was like, okay, we got it. Akash or ether is Supreme Lord, Brahman, you can, so, and at one point it really struck me that, okay, ether, Supreme Lord, Brahman, okay. And then I was joking with a classmate of mine, Mataji, forgot her name, Jugala Priti Mataji. I was saying, okay, so now we know for sure that Wi-Fi is actually Krishna's energy. Yeah. Oh, for me it's it was that connection. So ether these days, Akash, it's a great source of connection for all of us in 2020 and 2021. So actually this connection is possible because it is Krishna's energy. Yes, so think about that. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and the link to this book is in the description. And tomorrow we shall discuss one of the next most important items for success in Bhakti Yoga and everywhere else, that's patience. So let's have patience till tomorrow. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I am your host, Sulalita Devi Dasi. So, continuing text 3, page number 29. These activities must be performed with patience. One should not be impatient in Krishna consciousness. Indeed, this Krishna consciousness movement was started single-handedly, and in the beginning there was no response. But because we continued to execute our devotional activities with patience, people gradually began to understand the importance of this movement. And now they are eagerly participating. Haribol! One should not be impatient in discharging devotional service, but should take instructions from the spiritual master and execute them with patience, depending on the mercy of Guru and Krishna. The successful execution of Krishna-conscious activities requires both patience and confidence. A newly married girl naturally expects offspring from her husband, but she cannot expect to have them immediately after marriage. Of course, as soon as she is married, she can attempt to get a child, but she must surrender to her husband, confident that her child will develop and be born in due time. Similarly, in devotional service, surrender means that one has to become confident. No, look at that, surrender means confidence. Surrender means confidence. Many times we hear we really need to surrender to the Lord. What does it mean? That means we have to be confident in the Lord. Haribol. The devotee thinks, Avashya Rakshibe Krishna. Quote, Krishna will surely protect me and give me help for the successful execution of devotional service. Unquote. This is called confidence. As already explained, one should not be idle, but should be very enthusiastic about executing the regulative principles. Tat karma pravartana. Neglect of the regulative principles will destroy devotional service. In this Krishna consciousness movement, there are 4 regulative principles: forbidding illicit sex, meat eating, gambling, and intoxication. A devotee must be very enthusiastic about following these principles. If we become slack in following any of them, his progress will certainly be checked. Rupa Goswami therefore recommends Tat karma pravartanat. One must strictly follow the regulative principles of Vaidhi Bhakti. In addition to these 4 prohibitions, yama, the Sanskrit word is yama, there are positive regulative principles, niyama, such as the daily chanting of 16 rounds on japa mala beads. These regulative activities must be faithfully performed with enthusiasm. This is called tat karma pravartana, or varied engagement in devotional service. Furthermore, in order to be successful in devotional service, one must give up the association of undesirable people. This includes karmis, gyanis, yogis, and other non-devotees. One second. Okay. Once Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was asked by one of his householder devotees about the general principles of Vaishnavism, as well as the general routine activities of the Vaishnava. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately replied, Asatsanga Tyaga E Vaishnava Char. Characteristically, a Vaishnava is one who gives up the association of worldly people or non-devotees. Srila Narottam Das Thakur has therefore recommended Tadera Charana Sevi Bhakta Sanivas. One has to live in the company of pure devotees and execute the regulative principles laid down by the previous acharyas, the 6 Goswamis, namely Shri Rupa Goswami, Shri Sanatana Goswami, Shri Jiva Goswami, Shri Raghunath Dasa Goswami, Shri Gopala Bhatta Goswami, and Shri Raghunatha Bhatta Goswami. If one lives in the association of devotees, there is little chance of associating with non-devotees. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness is opening many centers just to invite people to live in the company of devotees and practice the regulative principles of spiritual life. Devotional service means transcendental activities. On the transcendental platform, there is no contamination by the 3 modes of material nature. This is called Vishuddha Sattva, the platform of pure goodness, or goodness free from contamination by the qualities of passion and ignorance. In this Krishna consciousness movement, we require everyone to rise early in the morning, by 4 p.m., of course p.m., by 4 a.m., and attend Mangala Arti, or morning worship. Then read Srimad Bhagavatam, perform Kirtana, and so forth. So remember, at 4 a.m., 4 o'clock in the morning. Thus, we hold continuous activities in the devotional service 24 hours a day. This is called Satovriti, or following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas, who expertly filled every moment of time with Krishna conscious activities. If one strictly follows the advice given in this verse by Srila Rupa Goswami, namely being enthusiastic, being confident, being patient, giving up the association of unwanted persons, following the regulative principles, and remaining in the association of devotees, one is sure to advance in devotional service. In this regard, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur remarks that the cultivation of knowledge by philosophical speculation, the collection of mundane opulence by the advancement of fruitive activities, and the desire for yoga siddhis, material perfections, are all contrary to the principles of devotional service. One has to become thoroughly callous to such non-permanent activities and turn his attention instead to the regulative principles of devotional service. According to Bhagavad Gita 2.69, Yanisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagarti samyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sanisha pashyato mune. Quote, what is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled, and the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. Engagement in devotional service of the Lord is the life and soul of the living entity. It is the desired goal and supreme perfection of human life. One has to be confident about this, and one also has to be confident that all activities other than devotional service, such as mental speculation, fruitive work, or mystic endeavor, will never yield any enduring benefit. I'm just amazed how often we forget about this, right? This is so unfortunate. None of them are permanent. All of them are temporary, and we keep going through birth, death, old age, disease, but somehow or other we always end up running after them until we become pure devotees. So yes, this is very important to keep in mind, to remember, and to follow. Because I think, especially now, there's entire industry on the internet which is directed to engage our attention and turn our intentions towards non-permanent activities. Really, it's like in your face, right? So, complete confidence in the path of devotional service will enable one to attain his desired goal. Oh, this is so beautiful. Complete confidence in the path of devotional service will enable one to attain his desired goal. See, confidence is something you need in spiritual life as well, not only material. But attempting to follow other paths will only succeed in making one restless. In the 7th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated, quote, "One must be calmly convinced, one must be calmly convinced that those who have given up devotional service to engage in severe austerities for other purposes are not purified in their minds, despite their advanced austerities, because they have no information of the transcendental, loving service of the Lord." Jai, we're going to stop here on this beautiful point and praying to always remember the desirable goal of transcendental, loving, blissful, devotional service to the Lord. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I am your host, Sulalita Devidasi. So we are finishing text 3 on page number 33. It is further stated in the 7th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, quote, "Although mental speculators and fruitive actors may perform great austerities and penances, they still fall down because they do not have information about the lotus feet of the Lord." Unquote. The devotees of the Lord, however, never fall down. In Bhagavad Gita 9.31, the Supreme Personality of Godhead assures Arjuna, "Kaunteya pratijanihi name bhaktah pranashyati." Quote, "O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes." Unquote. Again, in Bhagavad Gita 2.40, Krishna says, "Nehabhi kramanashosti pratyavayo navidyate svalpam apyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat." Quote, "In this endeavor there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear." Unquote. Devotional service is so pure and perfect that once having begun, one is forcibly dragged to ultimate success. Sometimes a person will give up his ordinary material engagements and, out of sentiment, take shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord and thus begin the preliminary execution of devotional service. Even if such an immature devotee falls down, there is no loss on his part. On the other hand, what is the gain of one who executes the prescribed duties according to his varna and ashrama, but does not take to devotional service? Although a fallen devotee may take his next birth in a low family, his devotional service will nonetheless resume from where it left off. Devotional service is ahaituki, apratihata. It is not the effect of any mundane cause, nor can it be terminated by any mundane cause or permanently curtailed by any material interruption. Therefore, a devotee should be confident about his engagement and should not be very interested in the activities of the karmis, jnanis, and yogis. There are certainly many good qualities amongst fruitive actors, philosophical speculators, and mystic yogis. But all good qualities automatically develop in the character of a devotee. No extraneous endeavor is needed. As confirmed by Srimad Bhagavatam 5.18.12, all the good qualities of the demigods manifest progressively in one who has developed pure devotional service. Because a devotee is not interested in any material activity, he does not become materially contaminated. He is immediately situated on the platform of transcendental life. However, one who engages in mundane activity, be he a so-called jnani, yogi, karmi, philanthropist, nationalist, or whatever, cannot attain the highest stage of Mahatma. He remains a Duratma, or cripple-minded person. According to Bhagavad Gita 9.13, Mahatmanastu mampartha daivim prakritim ashritah bhajantyanaanyamanaso gyatva bhutadim avyayam. Quote, O son of Pritha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, inexhaustible and original. Unquote. Since all the devotees of the Lord are under the protection of His supreme potency, they should not deviate from the path of devotional service and take to the path of the karmis, jnanis, or yogis. This is called utsahan nishchaya daryat tat karma pravartanat. Enthusiastically executing the regulative principles of devotional service with patience and confidence. In this way, one can advance in devotional service without hindrance. Haribol! So, let's start text number 4. Text 4. Dadati pratigrihnati guhyam akyati prichati bhunkte bhojayate chaiva shadvidham pritilakshanam. Dadati gives charity, pratigrihnati accepts in return, guhyam confidential topics, akyati explains, Prichati inquires. Bhunkte eats, bhojayate feeds. Cha also, eva certainly, shatvidham 6 kinds, priti of love, lakshanam symptoms. Translation: offering gifts in charity, accepting charitable gifts, revealing one's mind in confidence, inquiring confidentially, accepting prasadam, and offering prasadam are the 6 symptoms of love shared by one devotee and another. Purport: in this verse, Srila Rupa Goswami explains how to perform devotional activities in the association of other devotees. There are 6 kinds of activities. First, giving charity to the devotees. Second, accepting from the devotees whatever they may offer in return. Third, opening one's mind to the devotees. Fourth, inquiring from them about the confidential service of the Lord. Fifth, honoring prasadam or spiritual food given by the devotees. And sixth, feeding the devotees with prasadam. An experienced devotee explains, and inexperienced devotee learns from him. This is guhyam akyati prichati. When a devotee distributes prasadam, remnants of food offered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in order to maintain our spirit of devotional service, we must accept this prasadam as the Lord's grace received through the pure devotees. We should also invite pure devotees to our home, offer them prasadam, and be prepared to please them in all respects. This is called bhunkte bhojayate chaiva. Even in ordinary social dealings, social activities, these 6 types of dealings between 2 loving friends are absolutely necessary. For instance, when one businessman wishes to contact another businessman, he arranges a feast in a hotel, and over the feast openly expresses what he wishes to do. He then inquires from his business friend how he should act, and sometimes presents are also exchanged. Thus, whenever there is a dealing of priti or love in intimate dealings, these 6 activities are executed. In the previous verse, Srila Rupa Goswami advised that one should renounce worldly association and keep company with the devotees. Sangatyaga Tsatovriteх. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness has been established to facilitate these 6 kinds of loving exchanges between devotees. This society was started single-handedly, but because people are coming forward and dealing with the give-and-take policy, the society is now expanding all over the world. We are glad that people are donating very liberally to the development of the society's activities. And people are also eagerly accepting whatever humble contribution we are giving them in the shape of books and magazines dealing strictly with the subject matter of Krishna consciousness. Sometimes we hold Hare Krishna festivals and invite life members and friends to participate in the festivals, feasting by accepting prasadam. Although most of our members come from the higher rungs of society, they nonetheless come and take whatever little prasadam we are able to offer them. Sometimes the members and supporters inquire very confidentially about the methods of performing devotional service, and we try to explain this. In this way, our society is successfully spreading all over the world, and the intelligentsia of all countries is gradually appreciating our Krishna-conscious activities. The life of the Krishna-conscious society is nourished by these 6 types of loving exchange among the members. Therefore, people must be given the chance to associate with the devotees of ISKCON, because simply by reciprocating in the 6 ways mentioned above, an ordinary man can fully revive his dormant Krishna consciousness. Haribol! In Bhagavad Gita 2.62, it is stated, Sangat Sanjayate Kama. One's desires and ambitions develop according to the company one keeps. It is often said that a man is known by his company, and if an ordinary man associates with devotees, he will certainly develop his dormant Krishna consciousness. The understanding of Krishna consciousness is innate in every living entity, and it is already developed to some extent when the living entity takes a human body. It is said in Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.107, Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sadhya Kabunaya Shravanadi Shuddha Chitte Karaye Udaya. Quote, Pure love for Krishna is eternally established in the hearts of living entities. It is not something to be gained from another source. When the heart is purified by hearing and chanting, the living entity naturally awakens. Since Krishna consciousness is inherent in every living entity, everyone should be given a chance to hear about Krishna. Simply by hearing and chanting Sravanam, Kirtanam, one's heart is directly purified, and one's original Krishna consciousness is immediately awakened. Krishna consciousness is not artificially imposed upon the heart, it is already there. When one chants the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the heart is cleansed of all mundane contamination. Jai. So, we will stop here for today, and tomorrow we shall continue with this beautiful, wonderful purport. So, thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and I consider it to be one of those Dadati. I'm trying to apply Dadati principle, that it's a gift, and although you can buy and purchase these books, there are 2 websites. First is Vedabase, and second one is VaniSource, which are very, very charitable and magnificent, and with the confirmation and with the approval of the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, the original publisher, they have published these books, most of these books, on their websites, and you can actually read it for free. So it's a free gift of transcendental knowledge. So please take advantage of that, and we shall see you tomorrow. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi. So we're reading text 4 on page number 40. When one chants the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the heart is cleansed of all mundane contamination. In the first stanza of his Shri Shikshashtaka, Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Cheto darpanamarjanam bhavamahadavagni nirvapanam Shreyah kairava chandrika vitaranam vidya vadujivanam Anandam buddhivardhanam pratipadam Purnamritasvadanam Sarvatmasnapanam param vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. Quote, all glories to thee, Shri Krishna Sankirtana, which cleanses the heart of all the dust accumulated for years and extinguishes the fire of conditional life, of repeated birth and death. This Sankirtana movement is the prime benediction for humanity at large because it spreads the rays of the benediction moon. It is the life of all transcendental knowledge. It increases the ocean of transcendental bliss, and it enables us to fully taste the nectar for which we are always anxious. Unquote. Not only the chanter of the Mahamantra purified, but the heart of anyone who happens to hear the transcendental vibration of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, is also cleansed. Even the souls embodied in lower animals, insects, trees, and other species of life also become purified and prepared to become fully Krishna conscious simply by hearing the transcendental vibration. This was explained by Thakur Haridas when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired from him how the living entities lower than human beings can be delivered from material bondage. Haridas Thakur said that the chanting of the holy names is so powerful that even if one chants in the remotest parts of the jungle, the trees and animals will advance in Krishna consciousness simply by hearing the vibration. This was actually proved by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself when he passed through the forest of Jharikanda. At that time, the tigers, snakes, deer, and all other animals abandoned their natural animosity and began chanting and dancing in Sankirtan. Of course, we cannot imitate the activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but we should follow in his footsteps. We are not powerful enough to enchant the lower animals such as tigers, snakes, cats, and dogs or entice them to dance. But by chanting the holy names of the Lord, we can actually convert many people throughout the world to Krishna consciousness. Contributing or distributing the holy name of the Lord is a sublime example of contributing or giving charity, the Dadati principle. By the same token, one must also follow the Pratigrinati principle and be willing and ready to receive the transcendental gift. One should inquire about the Krishna consciousness movement and open his mind in order to understand the situation of this material world. Thus, the Guhyam Akyati Prichati principles can be served. The members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness invite the Society's members and supporters to dine with them when they hold love feasts in all their branches every Sunday. Many interested people come to honor prasadam, and whenever possible, they invite members of the Society to their homes and feed them sumptuously. Feed, right? In this way, both the members of the Society and the general public are benefited. People should give up the company of so-called yogis, gyanis, karmis, and philanthropists because their association can benefit no one. If one really wants to attain the goal of human life, he should associate with devotees of the Krishna consciousness movement, because it is the only movement that teaches one how to develop love of God. Religion is the special function of human society, and it constitutes the distinction between human society and animal society. Animal society has no church, mosque, or religious system. In all parts of the world, however downtrodden society may be, human society, there is some system of religion. Even the tribal aborigines in the jungles also have a system of religion. When a religious system develops and turns into love of God, it is successful. As stated in the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.6, Savai pumsam paro dharmo yato bhakti radhokshaje ahaituki apratihata yayatmasu prasidati. Quote, the supreme occupation, dharma, for all humanity is that by which man can attain to loving service unto the transcendental Lord. Such transcendental devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted in order to completely satisfy the self. If the members of human society actually want peace of mind, tranquility, and friendly relations between man and nations, they must follow the Krishna-conscious system of religion, by which they can develop their dormant love for Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As soon as people do so, their minds will immediately be filled with peace and tranquility. In this regard, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur warns all the devotees engaged in broadcasting the Krishna consciousness movement not to speak to the impersonalist Mayavadis, who are always determined to oppose such theistic movements. The world is full of Mayavadis and atheists, and the political parties of the world take advantage of Mayavada and other atheistic philosophies to promote materialism. Sometimes they even back a strong party to oppose the Krishna consciousness movement. The Mayavadis and other atheists do not want the Krishna consciousness movement to develop because it educates people in God consciousness. Such is the policy of the atheists. There is no benefit in feeding a snake milk and bananas, because the snake will never be satisfied. On the contrary, by taking milk and bananas, the snake simply becomes more poisonous. Kevalam visha vardhanam. If a snake is given milk to drink, its poison simply increases. For a similar reason, we should not disclose our minds to the serpent Mayavadis and Karmis. Such disclosures will never help. It is best to avoid association with them completely and never ask them about anything confidential, because they cannot give good advice. Nor should we extend invitations to Mayavadis and atheists, nor accept their invitations, for by such intimate intermingling we may become affected by their atheistic mentality. Sangat sanjayate kama. It is the negative injunction of this verse that we should refrain from giving anything to or accepting anything from the Mayavadis and atheists. Look at that. Wow, so many times read this book, but this particular point I don't really remember focusing on. Because we have positive and negative injunctions. On this verse, there's also the negative injunction, meaning we should refrain from giving or accepting anything from Mayavadis and atheists. And this is something really, really interesting, which totally makes sense actually. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has also warned, Vishaira anakaile dushtaha yamana. By eating food prepared by worldly people, one's mind becomes wicked. Unless one is very advanced, he is unable to utilize everyone's contribution to further the Krishna consciousness movement. Therefore, on principle, one should not accept charity from the Mayavadis or atheists. Indeed, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has forbidden devotees to associate even with ordinary men who are too addicted to material sense gratification. This reminded me, where was it? In Manu Samhita somewhere? It's described that if one receives charity, like if one must, like there's no way to avoid receiving charity from undesirable source, you can just pass it on immediately, like not engage it yourself, but pass it on, like immediately give it to temple. Or you see that this is the thing, that if one is very advanced, he is able to utilize everyone's contribution. But if we're not very advanced, then these are all very, very subtle situations that are described here. And it may seem as, do's and don'ts, but actually there's so much more going on in these exchanges. Yes. Because nobody's talking about like normal social like customs and social interactions, but we're talking about sharing something confidential and intimate, and definitely so much time is wasted sometimes in these arguments with, say, atheists, and really it's just not recommended to do that. In fact, forbidden. Forbidden in the sense that really not recommended. Yeah. The conclusion is that we should always keep company with devotees, observe the regulative devotional principles, follow in the footsteps of the acharyas, and in full obedience carry out the orders of the spiritual master. In this way, we shall be able to develop our devotional service and dormant Krishna consciousness. The devotee who is neither a neophyte nor a Mahabhagavata, a greatly advanced devotee, but is within the middle status of devotional service, is expected to love the Supreme Personality of Godhead, make friends with the devotees, show favor to the ignorant, and reject the jealous and demoniac. In this verse, there's a brief mention of the process of making loving transaction with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and making friends with the devotees. According to the Dadati principle, an advanced devotee is supposed to spend at least 50% of his income on the service of the Lord and his devotees. Srila Rupa Goswami has set such an example in his life. When he decided to retire, he distributed 50% of his life's earnings to Krishna service, 25% to his relatives, and kept 25% for personal emergencies. This example should be followed by all devotees. Whatever one's income, 50% should be spent on behalf of Krishna and his devotees, and this will fulfill the demands of Dadati. In the next verse, Srila Rupa Goswami informs us what kind of Vaishnava should be selected as a friend and how Vaishnavas should be served. Jai. This is just beautiful. Wow. I have a lot of things to think about, like a lot of food for thought, because these two verses, this text number 4 and 5, talks about basically discrimination in spiritual life. Because if you're not a completely neophyte and you're not a super advanced pure devotee, you're at the stage where you're supposed to advance further, and this discrimination, the sense of discrimination, healthy spiritual discrimination, is one of the really key advice, key instructions that I can just clearly see in these purports. That you really apply your intelligence and you see what is recommended to do, what is not, and it's not just all one. Yes. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you tomorrow. And tomorrow you shall find out about the 3 levels of devotees. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devi Dasi. So we are reading text 5. Krishneti yasya giritam manasadriyeta dikshasti chet pranatibhishcha bhajantam isham Shushrushaya bhajana vigyamananya manya nindadi shunya hridam ipsita sangalabhya. Krishna, the holy name of Lord Krishna. Iti, thus, yasya, of whom, giri, in the words or speech, tam, him, manasa, by the mind, adriyeta, one must honor, diksha, initiation, asti, there is, chet, if, pranatibhi, by obeisances, cha, also, bhajantam, engaged in devotional service, isham, unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, shushrushaya, by practical service, bhajana vigyam, one who is advanced in devotional service, ananyam, without deviation, ananya ninda adi, of blasphemy of others, etc. Shunya, completely devoid, hridam, whose heart, ipsita, desirable, sangha, association, labdya, by gaining. Translation. One should mentally honor the devotee who chants the holy name of Lord Krishna. One should offer humble obeisances to the devotee who has undergone spiritual initiation and is engaged in worshipping the deity. And one should associate with and faithfully serve that pure devotee who is advanced in undeviated devotional service and whose heart is completely devoid of the propensity to criticize others. Purport. In order to intelligently apply the 6-fold loving reciprocations mentioned in the previous verse, one must select proper persons with careful discrimination. Srila Rupa Goswami therefore advises that we should meet with the Vaishnavas in an appropriate way, according to their particular status. In this verse, he tells us how to deal with 3 types of devotees: the Kanishtha Adhikari, Madhyam Adhikari, and Uttama Adhikari. The Kanishta Adhikari is a neophyte who has received the Harinama initiation from the spiritual master and is trying to chant the holy name of Krishna. One should respect such a person within his mind as a Kanishta Vaishnava. A Madhyama Adhikari has received spiritual initiation from the spiritual master and has been fully engaged by him in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Fully engaged, The Madhyama Adhikari should be considered to be situated midway in devotional service. The Uttamadhikari, or highest devotee, is one who is very advanced in devotional service. An Uttama Adhikari is not interested in blaspheming others. His heart is completely clean and he has attained the realized state of unalloyed Krishna consciousness. According to Srila Rupa Goswami, the association and service of such a Mahabhagavata, or perfect Vaishnava, are most desirable. One should not remain a Kanishta Adhikari, one who is situated on the lowest platform of devotional service and is interested only in worshipping the deity in the temple. Such a devotee is described in the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.2.47. Archayam eva haraye pujam yakshradhaye hate na tad bhakteshu chanyeshu sabhaktah prakritah smritah. Quote, a person who is very faithfully engaged in the worship of the deity in the temple, but who does not know how to behave toward devotees or people in general, is called a prakrita bhakta, or Kanishta Adhikari. One therefore has to raise himself from the position of Kanishta Adhikari to the platform of Madhyam Adhikari. The Madhyama Adhikari is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2.46 in this way. Ishvare tadadhineshu balisheshu dvishatsucha prema maitri kripopeksha yah karoti samadhyama. Quote, the Madhyama Adhikari is a devotee who worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the highest object of love, makes friends with the Lord's devotees, is merciful to the ignorant, and avoids those who are envious by nature. Unquote. This is the way to cultivate devotional service properly. Therefore, in this verse, Srila Rupa Goswami has advised us how to treat various devotees. We can see from practical experience that there are different types of Vaishnavas. The Prakrita Sahajiyas generally chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, yet they are attached to women, money, and intoxication. Although such persons may chant the holy name of the Lord, they are not yet properly purified. Such people should be respected within one's mind, but their association should be avoided. Those who are innocent but simply carried away by bad association should be shown favor if they are eager to receive proper instructions from pure devotees. But those neophyte devotees who are actually initiated by the bona fide spiritual master and are seriously engaged in carrying out the orders of the spiritual master should be offered respectful obeisances. In this Krishna consciousness movement, a chance is given to everyone without discrimination of caste, creed, or color. Everyone is invited to join this movement. Sit with us, take prasadam, and hear about Krishna. When we see that someone is actually interested in Krishna consciousness and wants to be initiated, we accept him as a disciple for the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. When a neophyte devotee is actually initiated and engaged in devotional service by the orders of the spiritual master, he should be accepted immediately as a bona fide Vaisnava, and obeisances should be offered unto him. Out of many such Vaishnavas, one may be found to be very seriously engaged in devotional service of the Lord, and strictly following all the regulative principles, chanting the prescribed number of rounds on japa beads, and always thinking of how to expand the Krishna consciousness movement. Such a Vaishnava should be accepted as an Uttama Adhikari, a highly advanced devotee, and his association should be always sought. The process by which a devotee becomes attached to Krishna is described in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 4.192. Dikshakale Bhakta Kare Atma Samarpan, Saikale Krishna Tare Kare Atma Sama. Quote, at the time of initiation, when a devotee truly surrenders to the service of the Lord, Krishna accepts him to be as good as he himself. Unquote. Diksha, or spiritual initiation, is explained in the Bhakti Sandarbha 868 by Srila Rupa Goswami. Divya Jnanam yato dadyat kuryat papasya sankshayam tasmad diksheti sa prokta deshikais tattva kovidaih. Quote, by Diksha one gradually becomes disinterested in material enjoyment and gradually becomes interested in spiritual life. Unquote. We have seen many practical examples of this, especially in Europe and America. Many students who come to us from rich and respectable families quickly lose all interest in material enjoyment and become very eager to enter into spiritual life. Although they come from very wealthy families, many of them accept living conditions that are not very comfortable. Indeed, for Krishna's sake, they are prepared to accept any living condition as long as they can live in the temple and associate with the Vaishnavas. When one becomes so disinterested in material enjoyment, he becomes fit for initiation by the spiritual master. For the advancement of spiritual life, Srimad Bhagavatam 6.1.13 prescribes Tapasa brahmacharyena shamena cha damena cha. When a person is serious about accepting Diksha, he must be prepared to practice austerity, celibacy, and control of the mind and body. If one is so prepared and is desirous of receiving spiritual enlightenment, divyam jnanam, he is fit for being initiated. Divyam jnanam is technically called tadvigyana, or knowledge about the Supreme. Tadvigyanartham sagurumiva bhigachet. When one is interested in the transcendental subject matter of the absolute truth, he should be initiated. Such a person should approach a spiritual master in order to take Diksha. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.3.21 also prescribes Tasmad Gurum Prapadyeta Jigyasu Shreya Uttamam. Quote, when one is actually interested in the transcendental science of the absolute truth, he should approach a spiritual master. One should not accept a spiritual master without following his instructions, nor should one accept a spiritual master just to make a fashionable show of spiritual life. One must be jigyasu, very much inquisitive, to learn from the bona fide spiritual master. The inquiries one makes should strictly pertain to transcendental science. Jigyasur Shreya Uttamam. The word Uttamam refers to that which is above material knowledge. Tama means the darkness of the material world, and Ut means transcendental. Generally, people are very interested in inquiring about mundane subject matters, but when one has lost such interest and is simply interested in transcendental subject matters, he is quite fit for being initiated. When one is actually initiated by the bona fide spiritual master, and when he seriously engages in the service of the Lord, he should be accepted as a Madhyama Adhikari. Jai. I think we're going to stop here for today, and tomorrow we shall continue with this purport. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Jai, Hare Krishna. So we are continuing to read the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I am your host, Sulalita Devidasi, at your service. So, text 5, page 50. The chanting of the holy names of Krishna is so sublime that if one chants the Hare Krishna Mahamantra offenselessly, carefully avoiding the 10 offenses, he can be, certainly, gradually elevated to the point of understanding that there is no difference between the holy name of the Lord and the Lord Himself. One who has reached such an understanding should be very much respected by neophyte devotees. One should know for certain that without chanting the holy name of the Lord offenselessly, one cannot be a proper candidate for advancement in Krishna consciousness. In Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.69, it is said, Yahara komala shradha se kanishta jana, krame krame tenho bhakta haibe uttama. Quote, one whose faith is soft and pliable is called a neophyte. But by gradually following the process, he will rise to the platform of first-class devotee. Unquote. Everyone begins his devotional life from the neophyte stage, but if one properly finishes chanting the prescribed number of rounds of Hari Nama, he is elevated step by step to the highest platform, Uttama Adhikari. The Krishna consciousness movement prescribes 16 rounds daily because people in the Western countries cannot concentrate for long periods while chanting on beads. Okay, so Prabhupada is like, we have prescribed 16 rounds because people in Western countries cannot concentrate for long periods while chanting on beads, right? Because therefore the minimum number of rounds is prescribed. Hare Krishna. However, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur used to say that unless one chants at least 64 rounds of japa, 100,000 names, he is considered fallen, patita. So chanting at least 64 rounds. According to his calculation, practically every one of us is fallen, but because we are trying to serve the Supreme Lord with all seriousness and without duplicity, we can expect the mercy of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is famous as Patita Pavana, the deliverer of the fallen. Haribo! When Srila Satyaraja Khan, a great devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, asked the Lord how a Vaishnava could be recognized, the Lord replied, Prabhu kahe yandra mukhe shuni ekabara, Krishna nama sei puja shreshta sabakara. Quote, if one hears a person say even once the word Krishna, that person should be accepted as the best man out of the common group. Unquote. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 15.106. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, Ataeva yandra mukhe eka Krishna nama, Sahita Vaishnava kariha tanhara samana. Quote, one who is interested in chanting the holy name of Krishna, or who by practice likes to chant Krishna's names, should be accepted as a Vaishnava and offered respects as such, at least within one's mind. Unquote. Chaitanya Charitamrita 15.111 Madhya Lila. One of our friends, a famous English musician, has become attracted to chanting the holy names of Krishna, and even in his records, he has several times mentioned the holy name of Krishna. At his home, he offers respect to the pictures of Krishna and also to the preachers of Krishna consciousness. In all regards, he has a very high estimation of Krishna's name, for Krishna's name, and Krishna's activities. Therefore, we offer respects to him without reservation. For we are actually seeing that this gentleman is advancing gradually in Krishna consciousness. Such a person should always be shown respect. The conclusion is that anyone who is trying to advance in Krishna consciousness, simply by regularly chanting the holy name, should always be respected by Vaishnavas. On the other hand, we have witnessed that some of our contemporaries, who are supposed to be great preachers, have gradually fallen into the material conception of life because they have failed to chant the holy name of the Lord. While giving instructions to Sanatana Goswami, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu divided devotional service into 3 categories. Shastra yukti nahi jane dridha shradhavan, madhyamadhikari se mahabhagyavan. Quote, a person whose conclusive knowledge of the Shastras is not very strong, but who has developed firm faith in chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and who is also undeterred in the execution of his prescribed devotional service, should be considered a Madhyamadhikari. Such a person is very fortunate. Unquote, Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 22.67. A Madhyamadhikari is a Shradhavan, a staunchly faithful person, and he is actually a candidate for further advancement in devotional service. Therefore, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 22.64 it is said, Shradhavan Janahaya Bhakti Adhikari Uttama Madhyama Kanishta Shradha Anusari. Quote, one becomes qualified as a devotee on the elementary platform the intermediate platform and the highest platform of devotional service, according to the development of his Shraddha, faith. Again, in Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 22.62 it is said, Shraddha Shabde Vishvasa Kahe Sudridha Nishchaya Krishna Bhakti Kaila Sarva Karma Kritahaya. Quote, by rendering transcendental service to Krishna, one automatically performs all subsidiary activities. This confident, firm faith favorable to the discharge of devotional service is called Shraddha. Shraddha, faith in Krishna, is the beginning of Krishna consciousness. Faith means strong faith. The words of Bhagavad Gita are authoritative instructions for faithful men, and whatever Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita is to be accepted as it is, without interpretation. This was the way Arjuna accepted Bhagavad Gita. After hearing Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna told Krishna, Sarvam etadritam manyeyan mam vidasi Keshava. Okay, I'll read it properly. Sarvam etadritam manyeyan mam vadasi Keshava. Vadasi. Quote, O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Bhagavad Gita 10.14. This is the correct way of understanding Bhagavad Gita, and this is called Shraddha. It is not that one accepts a portion of Bhagavad Gita according to his own whimsical interpretations and then rejects another portion. This is not Shraddha. Shraddha means accepting the instructions of Bhagavad Gita in their totality, especially the last instruction, Sarvadharman parityajya mam ekam sharanam vraja. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. Unquote, Bhagavad Gita 18.66. When one becomes completely faithful in this regard to this instruction, one's strong faith becomes the basis for advancing in spiritual life. When one fully engages in chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, he gradually realizes his own spiritual identity. Unless one faithfully chants the Hare Krishna mantra, Krishna does not reveal himself. Sevon mukhehi jihvadau svayam eva spuratyada. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.234. We cannot realize the Supreme Personality of Godhead by any artificial means. We must engage faithfully in the service of the Lord. Such service begins with the tongue, Sevon mukhehi jihvadau, which means that we should always chant the holy names of the Lord and accept Krishna prasadam. We should not chant or accept anything else. When this process is faithfully followed, the Lord reveals himself to the devotee. When a person realizes himself to be an eternal servitor of Krishna, he loses interest in everything but Krishna's service. Always thinking of Krishna, devising means by which to spread the holy name of Krishna, he understands that his only business is in spreading Krishna consciousness, the Krishna consciousness movement, all over the world. Such a person is to be recognized as an Uttama Adhikari, and his association should be immediately accepted according to the 6 processes. Dadati Pratigrinati, the day before yesterday, the 6 loving exchanges, the previous text. Indeed, the advanced Uttama Adhikari, the advanced Uttama Adhikari Vaisnava devotee should be accepted as a spiritual master. Everything one possesses should be offered to him, for it is enjoined that one should deliver whatever he has to the spiritual master. The brahmachari in particular is supposed to beg alms from others and offer them to the spiritual master. However, one should not imitate the behavior of an advanced devotee or Mahabhagavata without being self-realized, for by such imitation one will eventually become degraded. In this verse, Srila Rupa Goswami advises the devotee to be intelligent enough. Krishna Chaitanya. This is just summarizes the entire message, right? In this verse, Srila Rupa Goswami advises the devotee to be intelligent enough to distinguish between the Kanishtha Adhikari, Madhyam Adhikari, and Uttama Adhikari. The devotee should also know his own position and should not try to imitate a devotee situated on a higher platform. This is very, very good for myself. I remember many times that, you miscalculate, you think you're too transcendental, and then it's not pretty. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has given some practical hints to the effect that an Uttama Adhikari Vaishnava can be recognized by his ability to convert many fallen souls to Vaishnavism. One should not become a spiritual master unless he has attained the platform of Uttama Adhikari. A neophyte Vaishnava or a Vaishnava situated on the intermediate platform can also accept disciples, but such disciples must be on the same platform, and it should be understood that they cannot advance very well toward the ultimate goal of life under his insufficient guidance. Therefore, a disciple should be careful to accept an Uttama Adhikari as a spiritual master. Haribol! I really love this purport. One of the main reasons is that it's a perfect reality check, and it's a perfect guidance to actually not be involuntarily cheated, you can say, because all of us are sometimes, if we don't carefully discriminate and be intelligent enough to not get ourselves into trouble and to actually advance. And this particular point about, you can actually judge advancement by faith, strong faith, and chanting of the holy names of the Lord. When someone really, like for myself, I can really say that, when there are times when some mercy, some blessings are coming and you feel so empowered, but then you take a closer look, you ask yourself, do I really have that? Did my taste in chanting really, blossomed? And you realize, no, I still have some way to go. And then you actually are able to determine your own position in an honest and truthful way. Jai. So, thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description. And tomorrow we're going to read text number 6. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Lalita Devidasi. So, text 6, page number 57. Drishtai svabhava janitarva pushascha dosher na prakritatvam bhakta janasya pashyet Gangamba samna kalubud budapyena pankair Brahma dravatvam apagachati niradharmaih. Drishtai, seen by ordinary vision. Svabhava janitaih, born of one's own nature. Vapusha, of the body. Cha, and doshair, by the faults. Na, not. prakritatvam, the state of being material, iha, in this world, bhaktajanasya, of a pure devotee, pashyet, one should see, Ganga ambhasam, of the Ganges water, na, not, kalu, certainly, budbuda pyena pankaih, by bubbles, foam and mud, brahmadravatvam, the transcendental nature, apagachati, is spoiled, niradharmaih, the characteristics of water. Translation: being situated in his original Krishna-conscious position, a pure devotee does not identify with the body. Such a devotee should not be seen from a materialistic point of view. Indeed, one should overlook a devotee's having a body born in a low family, a body with a bad complexion, a deformed body, or a diseased or infirm body. According to ordinary vision, such imperfections may seem prominent in the body of a pure devotee. But despite such seeming defects, the body of a pure devotee cannot be polluted. It is exactly like the waters of the Ganges, which sometimes during the rainy season are full of bubbles, foam, and mud. The Ganges waters do not become polluted. Those who are advanced in spiritual understanding will bathe in the Ganges without considering the condition of the water. Purport: Shuddha Bhakti. Shuddha Bhakti, the activity of the soul proper, in other words, engagement in the transcendental, loving service of the Lord, is performed in a liberated condition. In Bhagavad Gita 14.26, it is stated, Mamcha vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityaitan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. Quote, one who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature, and thus comes to the level of Brahman. Unquote. Brahman, okay. Avyabhicharini bhakti means unalloyed devotion. A person engaged in devotional service must be free from material motives. In this Krishna consciousness movement, one's consciousness must be changed. If consciousness is aimed toward material enjoyment, it is material consciousness. And if it is aimed toward serving Krishna, it is Krishna consciousness. A surrendered soul serves Krishna without material considerations. Anyabhilashita shunyam. Jnana karma adhyanavritam. Unalloyed devotional service, which is transcendental to the activities of the body and mind, such as jnana, mental speculation, and karma, fruitive work, is called pure bhakti yoga, which is transcendental to the body and mind. Bhakti yoga is the proper activity of the soul, and when one actually engages in unalloyed, uncontaminated devotional service, it is already understood that he is liberated. Sagunan samatityaitan. Krishna's devotee is not subjected to material condition, even though his bodily features may appear materially conditioned. One should therefore not see a pure devotee from a materialistic point of view. Unless one is actually a devotee, he cannot see another devotee perfectly. As explained in the previous verse, there are 3 types of devotees: Kanishta Adhikari, Madhyama Adhikari, and Uttama Adhikari. the Kanishta Adhikari cannot distinguish between a devotee and non-devotee. He is simply concerned with worshipping the deity in the temple. A Madhyama Adhikari, however, can distinguish between the devotee and non-devotee, as well as between the devotee and the Lord. Thus, he treats the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the devotee, and the non-devotee in different ways. No one should criticize the bodily defects of a pure devotee. If there are such defects, they should be overlooked. What should be taken into account is the spiritual master's main business, which is devotional service, pure service to the Supreme Lord. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 9.30, Apichet suduracharo bhajate mamananya bhak, sadur eva samantavyah, samyagva vyavasito hisah. Even if a devotee sometimes seems to engage in abominable activities, he should be considered a sadhu, a saintly person, because his actual identity is that of one engaged in the loving service of the Lord. In other words, he is not to be considered an ordinary human being. Even though a pure devotee may not be born in a Brahmana or Goswami family, if he is engaged in the service of the Lord, he should be accepted and not neglected. In actuality, there cannot be a family of Goswamis based on material considerations, caste or heredity. The Goswami title is actually the monopoly of the pure devotees. Thus we speak of the 6 Goswamis headed by Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami. Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami had practically become Mohammedans and had therefore changed their names to Dabir Khas and Sakar Malik. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself made them Goswamis. Therefore, the Goswami title is not hereditary. The word Goswami refers to one who can control his senses, who is master of the senses. A devotee is not controlled by the senses, but is the controller of the senses. Consequently, he should be called Swami or Goswami, even though he may not be born in a Goswami family. According to this formula, the Goswamis who are descendants of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Advaita Prabhu are certainly devotees, but devotees coming from other families should not be discriminated against. Indeed, whether the devotee come from a family of previous acharyas or from an ordinary family, they should be treated equally. Haribo! One should not think, oh, here is a European Goswami, and discriminate against him. Nor should one think, here is a Nityananda Vamsha Goswami. There is an undercurrent of protest against our awarding the title Goswami to the European Vaishnavas of the Krishna consciousness movement. Sometimes people flatly tell the European devotees that their sannyasa or the title of Goswami is not bona fide. However, however, according to the statements of Srila Rupa Goswami in this verse, a European Goswami and a Goswami in a family of acharyas are non-different. On the other hand, a devotee who has attained the title of Goswami but is not born of a Brahmana father or of a Goswami in the family of Nityananda or Advaita Prabhu should not be artificially puffed up by thinking that he has become a Goswami. He should always remember that as soon as he is materially puffed up, he immediately falls down. This Krishna consciousness movement is a transcendental science, and there is no room for jealousy. This movement is meant for the Paramahamsas, who are completely free from all jealousy, Paramam Nirmatsaranam. One should not be jealous whether he is born in a family of Goswamis or the title of Goswami was awarded to him. As soon as anyone becomes envious, he falls from the platform of Paramahamsa. If we consider the bodily defects of a Vaishnava, we should understand that we are committing an offense at the lotus feet of the Vaishnava. An offense at the lotus feet of a Vaishnava is very serious. Indeed, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has described this offense as Hati Mata, the mad elephant offense. A mad elephant can create a disaster, especially when it enters into a nicely trimmed garden. One should therefore be very careful not to commit any offense against a Vaishnava. Every devotee should be ready to take instructions from a superior Vaishnava, and a superior Vaishnava must be ready to help an inferior Vaishnava in all respects. One is superior or inferior according to his spiritual development in Krishna consciousness. One is forbidden to observe the activities of a pure Vaishnava from a material point of view. For the neophyte especially, considering a pure devotee from a material point of view is very injurious. One should therefore, this is interesting, injurious. One should therefore avoid observing a pure devotee externally, but should try to see the internal features and understand how he is engaged in the transcendental, loving service of the Lord. In this way, one can avoid seeing the pure devotee from a material point of view, and thus one can gradually become a purified devotee himself. Those who think that Krishna consciousness is limited to a certain section of people, a certain section of devotees, or a certain tract of land are generally prone to see the external features of the devotee. Such neophytes, unable to appreciate the exalted service of the advanced devotee, try to bring the Mahabhagavata to their platform. We experience such difficulty in propagating this Krishna consciousness all over the world. Unfortunately, we are surrounded by neophyte God brothers who do not appreciate the extraordinary activities of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. They simply try to bring us to their platform, and they try to criticize us in every respect. We very much regret their naive activities and poor fund of knowledge. An empowered person who is actually engaged in the confidential service of the Lord should not be treated as an ordinary human being, for it is stated that unless one is empowered by Krishna, one cannot spread the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. When one criticizes thus a pure devotee, he commits an offense, Vaishnava aparadha, that is very obstructive and dangerous for those who desire to advance in Krishna consciousness. A person cannot derive any spiritual benefit when he offends the lotus feet of a Vaishnava. Everyone should therefore be very careful not to be jealous of an empowered Vaishnava or a Shuddha Vaishnava. It is also an offense to consider an empowered Vaishnava an object of disciplinary action. It is offensive to try to give him advice or to correct him. one can distinguish between a neophyte Vaishnava and an advanced Vaishnava by their activities. The advanced Vaishnava is always situated as the spiritual master, and the neophyte is always considered his disciple. The spiritual master must not be subjected to the advice of a disciple, nor should a spiritual master be obliged to take instructions from those who are not his disciples. This is the sum and substance of Srila Rupa Goswami's advice in the 6th verse. So, thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this beautiful book is in the description. Please read it along and share it with your friends. And tomorrow we shall continue with text 7. So stay tuned. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna and welcome to Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I am your host Sulalita Devidasi, and we are continuing to read Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So, Jaya Prabhupada, we are reading text 7. Syat Krishna Nama Charita Disita Pyavidya Pito pataptarasanasya narochikanu Kitvadaranuditam kalusaiva justa Svadvikramad bhavati tad gadamula hantri. Syat is Krishna of Lord Krishna, Nama the holy name, Charita Adi character, pastimes, and so forth. Sita, sugar candy. Api, although. Avidya, of ignorance. Pitta, by the bile. Upatapta, afflicted. Rasanasya, of the tongue. Na, not. Rochika, palatable. Nu, oh how wonderful it is. Kintu, but. Adarat, carefully. Anuditam, every day or 24 hours daily. Kalu, naturally. Sa, that, sugar candy of the holy name. Eva, certainly. Jushta, taken or chanted. Svadvi, relishable. Kramat, gradually. Bhavati, becomes. Tat gada, of that disease. Mula, of the root. Hantri, the destroyer. Translation: the holy name, character, pastimes, and activities of Krishna are all transcendently sweet, like sugar candy. Although the tongue of one afflicted by the jaundice of avidya, ignorance, cannot taste anything sweet, it is wonderful that simply by carefully chanting these sweet names every day, a natural relish awakens within his tongue, and his disease is gradually destroyed at the root. Haribo! Purport. The holy name of Lord Krishna, his quality, pastimes, and so forth are all of the nature of absolute truth, bliss, and beauty. Naturally, they are very sweet, like sugar candy, which appeals to everyone. Nescience, however, is compared to the disease called jaundice, which is caused by bilious secretions. Attacked by jaundice, the tongue of a diseased person cannot palatably relish sugar candy. Rather, a person with jaundice considers something sweet to taste very bitter. Avidya, ignorance, similarly perverts the ability to relish the transcendently palatable name, quality, form, and pastimes of Krishna. Despite this disease, if one with great care and attention takes to Krishna consciousness, chanting the holy name and hearing Krishna's transcendental pastimes, his ignorance will be destroyed, and his tongue enabled to taste the sweetness of the transcendental nature of Krishna and his paraphernalia. Such a recovery of spiritual health is possible only by regular cultivation of Krishna consciousness. When a man in the material world takes more interest in the materialistic way of life than in Krishna consciousness, he is considered to be in a diseased condition. The normal condition is to remain an eternal servant of the Lord, Jivera Svarupahaya Krishnera Nityadasa. This healthy condition is lost when the living entity forgets Krishna due to being attracted by the external features of Krishna's Maya energy. This world of Maya is called Durashraya, which means false or bad shelter. One who puts his faith in Durashraya becomes a candidate for hoping against hope. In the material world, everyone is trying to become happy, and although their material attempts are baffled in every way, due to their nescience, they cannot understand their mistakes. People try to rectify one mistake by making another mistake. This is the way of the struggle for existence in the material world. If one in this condition is advised to take to Krishna consciousness and be happy, he does not accept such instructions. Unfortunately, right? This Krishna consciousness movement is being spread all over the world just to remedy this gross ignorance. Haribol! People in general are misled by blind leaders. The leaders of human society, the politicians, philosophers, and scientists are blind because they're not Krishna conscious. According to Bhagavad Gita, because they are bereft of all factual knowledge due to their atheistic way of life, they are actually sinful rascals and are the lowest among men. Namam dushkriti no mudach prapadyante naradamah mayaya pahrita jnana asuram bhavam ashritah. Quote, those miscreants who are grossly foolish, lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. Unquote, Bhagavad Gita 7.15. Such people never surrender to Krishna, and they oppose the endeavor of those who wish to take Krishna's shelter. When such atheists become leaders of society, the entire atmosphere is surcharged with nescience. In such a condition, people do not become very enthusiastic to receive this Krishna consciousness movement. Just as a diseased person suffering from jaundice does not relish the taste of sugar candy. However, one must know that for jaundice, sugar candy is the only specific medicine. Similarly, in the present confused state of humanity, Krishna consciousness, the chanting of the holy names of the Lord, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, is the only remedy for setting the world aright. Although Krishna consciousness may not be very palatable for a diseased person, Srila Rupa Goswami nevertheless advises that if one wants to be cured of the material disease, he must take to it with great care and attention. One begins his treatment by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, because by chanting this holy name of the Lord, a person in the material condition will be relieved from all misconceptions. Cheto darpanamarjanam. Avidya, a misconception about one's spiritual identity, provides the foundation for ahankara, or false ego within the heart. The real disease is in the heart. If the mind is cleansed, however, if the consciousness is cleansed, a person cannot be harmed by the material disease. To cleanse the mind and heart from all misconceptions, one should take to this chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. This is both easy and beneficial. By chanting the holy name of the Lord, one is immediately freed from the blazing fire of material existence. There are 3 stages in chanting the holy name of the Lord: the offensive stage, the stage of lessening offenses, and the pure stage. When a neophyte takes to the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra, he generally commits many offenses. There are 10 basic offenses, and if the devotee avoids these, he can glimpse the next stage, which is situated between offensive chanting and pure chanting. When one attains the pure chanting, he is immediately liberated. This is called Bhava Mahadavagni Nirvapanam. As soon as one is liberated from the blazing fire of material existence, he can relish the taste of transcendental life. The conclusion is that, in order to get freed from the material disease, one must take to the chanting of the Hare Krishna. The Krishna consciousness movement is especially meant for creating an atmosphere in which people can take to the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. Oh, this is such a beautiful sentence. Jai Jai Jai. Harir Nama Eva Kevalam. Okay, one must begin with faith, and when this faith is increased by chanting, a person can become a member of the society. We are sending Sankirtana parties all over the world, and they are experiencing that even in the remotest part of the world where there is no knowledge of Krishna, the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra attracts thousands of men to our camp. In some areas, people begin to imitate the devotees by shaving their heads and chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra only a few days after hearing the mantra. This may be imitative, but imitation of a good thing is desired. Some imitators gradually become interested in being initiated by the spiritual master and offer themselves for initiation. If one is sincere, he is initiated, and this stage is called Bhajana Kriya. One then gradually actually engages in the service of the Lord by regularly chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra 16 rounds daily, and refraining from illicit sex, intoxications, meat eating, and gambling. By Bhajana Kriya, one attains freedom from the contamination of materialistic life. Freedom! He no longer goes to a restaurant or hotel to taste so-called palatable dishes made with meat and onions, nor does he care to smoke or drink tea or coffee. He not only refrains from illicit sex, but avoids sex life entirely. Nor is he interested in wasting his time in speculating or gambling. In this way, it is to be understood that one is becoming cleansed of unwanted things, Anartha Nivriti. The word Anartha refers to unwanted things. Anarthas are vanquished when one becomes attached to the Krishna consciousness movement. When a person is relieved from unwanted things, he becomes fixed in executing his Krishna activities. Indeed, he becomes attached to such activities and experiences ecstasy in executing devotional service. This is called bhava, the preliminary awakening of dormant love for Godhead, love of Godhead. Thus, the conditioned soul becomes free from material existence and loses interest in the bodily conception of life, including material opulence, material knowledge, and material attraction of all variety. At such a time, one can understand who the Supreme Personality of Godhead is and what his Maya is. Although Maya may be present, it cannot disturb a devotee once he attains the bhava stage. This is because the devotee can see the real position of Maya. Maya means forgetfulness of Krishna, and forgetfulness of Krishna and Krishna consciousness stand side by side like light and shadow. If one remains in shadow, he cannot enjoy the facilities offered by light, and if one remains in light, he cannot be disturbed by the darkness of shadow. By taking to Krishna consciousness, one gradually becomes liberated and remains in light. Indeed, he does not even touch the darkness. As confirmed in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.31. Krishna Surya Samamaya Haya Andakara Yahan Krishna Nahan Nai Maya Radhikara. Quote, Krishna is compared to sunshine, and Maya is compared to darkness. Wherever there is sunshine, there cannot be darkness. As soon as one takes to Krishna consciousness, the darkness of illusion, the influence of the external energy will immediately vanish. Thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description. Please read along with us and share the link with your friends. And tomorrow we shall continue with the next text number 8. So stay tuned and we shall see you tomorrow. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with the Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast and I am your host Lalita Devidasi. So text 8, page number 69. Tannama rupa charitadi sukirtananu smrityo kramena rasana manasi niyojya Tishnan vraje tadanuragi jananugami kalam nayeda kilam iti upadesha saram. That of Lord Krishna. Nama, the holy name. Rupa, form. Charitadi, character, pastimes, and so on. Sukirtana, in discussing or chanting nicely. Anusmrityoh, and in remembering. Kramena, gradually. Rasana, the tongue. Manasi, and one's mind. Niyojya, engaging. Tishtan, residing. Vraje, in Vraja. Tat, to Lord Krishna. Anuragi, attached. Jana, persons. Anugami, following. Kalam, time. Nayet, should utilize. Akilam, full. iti das upadesha of advice or instruction, saram, the essence. Translation: the essence of all advice is that one should utilize one's full time, 24 hours a day, in daily, nicely chanting and remembering the Lord's divine name, transcendental form, qualities, and eternal pastimes, thereby gradually engaging one's tongue and mind. In this way, one should reside in Vraja, Goloka Vrindavan Dham, and serve Krishna under the guidance of devotees. One should follow in the footsteps of the Lord's beloved devotees, who are deeply attached to his devotional service. Purport: since the mind may be one's enemy or one's friend, one has to train the mind to become his friend. The Krishna consciousness movement is especially meant for training the mind to be always engaged in Krishna's business. The mind contains hundreds and thousands of impressions, not only of this life, but also of many, many lives of the past. These impressions sometimes come in contact with one another and produce contradictory pictures. In this way, the mind's function can become dangerous for a conditioned soul. Students of psychology are aware of the mind's various psychological changes. In Bhagavad Gita 8.6, it is said, Yam yam vapi smaram bhavam tyajatyante kalevaram tam tam evaiti kaunteya sada tad bhava bhavitah. Quote, whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, that state he will attain without fail. Unquote. At the time of death, the mind and intelligence of a living entity create the subtle form of a certain type of body for the next life. If the mind suddenly thinks of something not very congenial, one has to take a corresponding birth in the next life. On the other hand, if one can think of Krishna at the time of death, he can be transferred to the spiritual world, Goloka Vrindavan. This process of transmigration is very subtle. Therefore, Srila Rupa Goswami advises devotees to train their minds in order that they will be unable to remember anything other than Krishna. Similarly, the tongue should be trained to speak only of Krishna and to taste only Krishna prasadam. Srila Rupa Goswami further advises, Tishthan Vraje, one should live in Vrindavan or any part of Vrajabhumi. Vrajabhumi, or the land of Vrindavan, is supposed to be 84 kroshas in area. 1 krosha equals 2 square miles. When one makes Vrindavan his residence, he should take shelter of an advanced devotee there. In this way, one should always think of Krishna and his pastimes. This is further elucidated by Srila Rupa Goswami in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.294. Krishnam smaran janam chasya preshtham nija samihitam tat katharataschasau kuryad vasam vrajay sada. Quote, a devotee should always reside in the transcendental realm of Vraja and always engage in Krishnam smaran janam chasya preshtham, the remembrance of Shri Krishna and his beloved associates. By following in the footsteps of such associates and by entering under their eternal guidance, one can acquire an intense desire to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead." Unquote. Again, Srila Rupa Goswami states in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.295, "Seva sadhaka rupena siddha rupena chatrahi tadbhava lipsuna karya vrajalokanu sarata." Quote, "In the transcendental realm of Vraja, Vrajadham, one should serve the Supreme Lord, Shri Krishna, with a feeling similar to that of his associates, and one should place himself under the direct guidance of a particular associate of Krishna, and should follow in his footsteps. This method is applicable both in the stage of sadhana, spiritual practices executed while in the stage of bondage, and in the stage of sadhya, God realization, when one is a siddha purusha, or a spiritually perfect soul." Unquote. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has commented as follows upon this verse. Quote, "One who has not yet developed interest in Krishna consciousness should give up all material motives and train his mind by following the progressive regulative principles, namely chanting and remembering Krishna and his name, form, qualities, pastimes, and so forth. In this way, after developing a taste for such things, one should try to live in Vrindavan and pass his time constantly remembering Krishna's name, fame, pastimes, and qualities under the protection and direction of an expert devotee. This is the sum and substance of all instruction regarding the cultivation of devotional service." Quote, "In the neophyte stage, one should always engage in hearing Krishna Katha. This is called Shravana Dasha, the stage of hearing. By constantly hearing the transcendental holy name of Krishna and hearing of his transcendental form, qualities, and pastimes, one can attain to the stage of acceptance called Varana Dasha. When one attains this stage, he becomes attached to the hearing of Krishna Katha. When one is able to chant in ecstasy, he attains the stage of Smaranavastha, the stage of remembering. Recollection, absorption, meditation, constant remembrance, and trance are the 5 items of progressive Krishna Smarana. At first, remembrance of Krishna may be interrupted at intervals, but later remembrance proceeds uninterrupted. When remembrance is uninterrupted, it becomes concentrated and is called meditation. When meditation expands and becomes constant, it is called anusmriti. By uninterrupted and unceasing anusmriti, one enters the stage of samadhi, or spiritual trance. After Smarana Dasha or Samadhi has fully developed, after Smarana Dasha or Samadhi has fully developed, the soul comes to understand his original constitutional position. At that time, he can perfectly and clearly understand his eternal relationship with Krishna. That is called Sampati Dasha, the perfection of life. Quote, Chaitanya Charitamrita advises those who are neophytes to give up all kinds of motivated desires and simply engage in the regulative devotional service of the Lord, according to the directions of Scripture. In this way, a neophyte can gradually develop attachment for Krishna's name, fame, form, qualities, and so forth. When one has developed such attachment, he can spontaneously serve the lotus feet of Krishna, even without following the regulative principles. This stage is called Raga Bhakti, or devotional service in spontaneous love. At that stage, the devotee can follow in the footsteps of one of the eternal associates of Krishna in Vrindavan. This is called Raganuga Bhakti. Raganuga Bhakti, or spontaneous devotional service, can be executed in the Shantarasa, when one aspires to be like Krishna's cows, or the stick or flute in the hands of Krishna, or the flowers around Krishna's neck. In the Dasya Rasa, one follows in the footsteps of servants, like Chitraka, Patraka, or Raktaka. In the friendly Sakhya Rasa, one can become a friend like Baladev, Shridam, and Sudama. In the Vatsalya Rasa, characterized by parental affection, one can become like Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda. And in the Madhurya Rasa, characterized by conjugal love, one can become like Shrimati Radharani, or her lady friends, such as Lalita and her serving maids, Manjaris, like Rupa and Rati. This is the essence of all instruction in the matter of devotional service. Haribol! Jai. So we shall continue tomorrow with text 9, the next text. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi. We are reading the wonderful book of His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and it's called Nectar of Instruction. We're already on text 9. Vaikuntha Janito Vara Madhupuri Tadra Pirasotsavat Vrindaranyamudara Paniramanat Tatrapi Govardhana Radha Kundamiha Pigokulapate Premamrita Plavanat Kuryadasya Virajato Giritate Sevam Vivekinaka. Vaikunthat, then Vaikuntha, the spiritual world, Janita, because of birth, Vara, better, Madhuri Puri, the transcendental city known as Madhura, Tatrapi, superior to that, Rasa Utsavad, because of the performance of the Rasa Lila, Vrindaranyam, the forest of Vrindavana, Udarapani, of Lord Krishna, Ramanat, because of various kinds of loving pastimes, Tatrapi, superior to that, Govardhana, Govardhan hill, Radhakundam, a place called Radhakunda, Iha api, superior to this, Gokula Pate, of Krishna, the master of Gokula, Premamrita, with the nectar of divine love, Aplavanat, because of being overflooded, Kuryat, would do, Asya, of this, Radhakunda, Virajata, situated, Giri Tate, at the foot of Govardhan hill, Sevam, service, Viveki, who is intelligent, Na, not, Kah, who. Translation. The holy place known as Mathura is spiritually superior to Vaikuntha, the spiritual transcendental world, because the Lord appeared there. Superior to Mathura Puri is the transcendental forest of Vrindavan, because of Krishna's Rasa Leela pastimes. And superior to the forest of Vrindavana is Govardhan Hill, for it was raised by the divine hand of Shri Krishna, and was the site of his various loving pastimes. And above all, the super excellent Shri Radha Kunda stands supreme, for it is over-flooded with the ambrosial nectarian prema of the Lord of Gokula, Shri Krishna. Where then is that intelligent person who is unwilling to serve this divine Radha Kunda, which is situated at the foot of Govardhan Hill? Purport. The spiritual world is 3/4 of the total creation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and it is the most exalted region. The spiritual world is naturally superior to the material world. However, Mathura and the adjoining areas, although appearing in the material world, are considered superior to the spiritual world, because the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself appeared at Mathura. The interior forests of Vrindavana are considered superior to Mathura, because of the presence of the 12 forests, Dvadashavana, such as Talavan, Madhuvan, and Bahulavan, which are famous for the various pastimes of the Lord. Thus, the interior Vrindavan forest is considered superior to Mathura. But superior to these forests is the divine Govardhana Hill, because Krishna lifted Govardhana Hill like an umbrella, raising it with his lotus-like beautiful hand to protect his associates, the denizens of Vraja, from the torrential rains sent by angry Indra, king of the demigods. It is also at the Govardhan Hill that Krishna tends the cows with his cowherd friends, and there also he had his rendezvous with his most beloved Shri Radha, and engaged in loving pastimes with her. Radha Kunda at the foot of Govardhan is superior to all, because it is there that love of Krishna overflows. Advanced devotees prefer to reside at Radha Kunda, because this place is the site of many memories of the eternal loving affairs between Krishna and Radharani. Rati Vilasa. Excuse me. So, Rati Vilasa. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, it is stated that when Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first visited the area of Vrajabhumi, he could not at first find the location of Radha Kunda. This means that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was actually searching for the exact location of Radha Kunda. Finally, he found the holy spot, and there was a small pond there. He took his bath in that small pond and told his devotees that the actual Radha Kunda was situated there. Later, the pond was excavated by Lord Chaitanya's devotees, headed first by the 6 Goswamis, such as Rupa and Raghunatha Dasa. Presently, there is a large lake known as Radha Kunda there. Srila Rupa Goswami has given much stress to Radha Kunda because of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's desire to find it. Who then would give up Radha Kunda and try to reside elsewhere? No person with transcendental intelligence would do that. would do so. The importance of Radha Kunda, however, cannot be realized by other Vaishnava Sampradayas, nor can persons uninterested in the devotional service of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu understand the spiritual importance and divine nature of Radha Kunda. Thus, Radha Kunda is mainly worshipped by the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, the followers of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jai thus completed the purport to text 9, and even though that would make the episode quite short, I think I will stop here because this is such a confidential and sacred and high subject matter, and I think it deserves a separate episode, separate spot, and may we meditate on the super excellent Sri Radha Kunda, and we shall continue tomorrow with text 10. So stay tuned and read this book from beginning to end. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna, Jai Jai, Sri Radha Kunda. Hare Krishna. So we are concluding the book called Nectar of Instruction by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi. So today we shall complete the book with texts number 10 and 11. Karmi bhyah parito hare priyataya Vyaktim yayurgyaninas Tebhyo jnana vimukta bhakti paramah Premaika nishtastata Tebhyastah pashupala pankajadrishas Tabhyo pisaradika Preshta tadvadiyam tadiya sharasi Tam nishrayet kah kriti Karmi bhyah, then all fruitive workers, paritah in all respects, Hare by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Priyataya because of being favored, Vyaktim yayuh, it is said in the Shastra, Jnanina, those advanced in knowledge, Tebhyah, superior to them, Jnana vimukta, liberated by knowledge, Bhakti parama, those engaged in devotional service, Prema ekanishta, those who have attained pure love of God, Tata, superior to them, Tebhya, better than them, Ta, they, Pashupala pankajadrisha, the gopis, who are always dependent on Krishna, the coward boy, Tabhya, above all of them, Api, certainly, Sa, she, Radhika, Shrimati Radhika, Preshta, very dear. Tadvat, similarly, Iyam, this, Tadiya Sarasi, her lake. Shri Radha Kunda, Tam Radha Kunda, Na, not, Ashrayet, would take shelter of, Ka, who, Kriti, most fortunate. Translation. In the Shastra, it is said that of all types of fruitive workers, he who is advanced in knowledge of the higher principles of life is favored by the Supreme Lord Hari. Out of many such people who are advanced in knowledge, Jnanis, one who is practically liberated by virtue of his knowledge, may take to devotional service. He is superior to the others. However, one who has actually attained prema, pure love of Krishna, is superior to him. The gopis are exalted above all the advanced devotees because they are always totally dependent upon Shri Krishna, the transcendental coward boy. Among the gopis, Srimati Radharani is the most dear to Krishna. Her Kunda, lake, is as profoundly dear to Lord Krishna as this most beloved of the gopis. Who then will not reside at Radhakunda and in a spiritual body surcharged with ecstatic devotional feelings, aprakrita bhava, render loving service to the divine couple, Shri Shri Radha Govinda, who perform their Ashtakali Leela, their eternal eightfold daily pastimes. Indeed, those who execute devotional service on the banks of Radha Kunda are the most fortunate people in the universe. Purport. At the present moment, almost everyone is engaged in some kind of fruitive activity. Those who are desirous of gaining material profits by working are called karmis, or fruitive workers. All living entities within this material world have come under the spell of Maya. This is described in the Vishnu Purana 6.7.61. Vishnu Shakti para prokta kshetra gyakya tatha para avidya karma samgyanya tritiya shakti rishyate. Sages have divided the energies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead into three categories, namely, the spiritual energy, the marginal energy, and the material energy. The material energy is considered to be the third-class energy, Tritiya Shakti. Those living entities within the jurisdiction of the material energy sometimes engage themselves like dogs and hogs in working very hard simply for sense gratification. However, in this life or after executing pious activities in the next life, some karmis become strongly attracted to performing various kinds of sacrifices mentioned in the Vedas. Thus, on the strength of their pious merit, they are elevated to heavenly planets. Actually, those who perform sacrifices strictly according to Vedic injunctions are elevated to the moon and planets above the moon. As mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, Kshine punye martyalokam vashanti. After exhausting the results of their so-called pious activities, they again return to the earth, which is called Martyaloka, the place of death. Although such persons may be elevated to the heavenly planets by their pious activities, and although they may enjoy life there for many thousands of years, they nonetheless must return to this planet when the results of their pious activities are exhausted. This is the position of all karmis, including those who act piously and those who act impiously. On this planet we find many businessmen, politicians, and others who are simply interested in material happiness. They attempt to earn money by all means, not considering whether such means are pious or impious. Such people are called karmis or gross materialists. Among the karmis are some vikarmis, those who act without the guidance of Vedic knowledge. Those who act on the basis of Vedic knowledge perform sacrifices for the satisfaction of Lord Vishnu and to receive benedictions from him. In this way, they are elevated to higher planetary systems. Such karmis are superior to the vikarmis, for they are faithful to the directions of the Vedas, and are certainly dear to Krishna. In Bhagavad Gita 4.11, Krishna says, Ye yathamam prapadyante tam tathaiva bhajamyaham. Quote, in whatever way one surrenders unto me, I reward him accordingly. Unquote. Krishna is so kind that he fulfills the desires of the karmis and jnanis, what to speak of the bhaktas. Although the karmis are sometimes elevated to higher planetary systems, as long as they remain attached to fruitive activities, they must accept new material bodies after death. If one acts piously, he can attain a new body among the demigods in the higher planetary systems, or he may attain some other position in which he can enjoy a higher standard of material happiness. On the other hand, those who are engaged in impious activities are degraded and take birth as animals, trees, and plants. Thus, those fruitive actors who do not care for the Vedic directions, vikarmis, are not appreciated by learned, saintly persons. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.4, Nunam pramata kurute vikarma yadindriya pritaya aprinoti nasadu manye yata atmanoyam asana pikleshada asadeha. Quote, materialists who work hard like dogs and hogs simply for sense gratification are actually mad. They simply perform all kinds of abominable activities simply for sense gratification. Materialistic activities are not at all worthy of an intelligent man, for as a result of such activities, one gets a material body which is full of misery. Unquote. The purpose of human life is to get out of the threefold miserable conditions which are concomitant with material existence. Unfortunately, fruitive workers are mad to earn money and acquire temporary material comforts by all means. Therefore, they risk being degraded to lower species of life. Materialists foolishly make many plans to become happy in this material world. They do not stop to consider that they will live only for a certain number of years, out of which they must spend the major portion acquiring money for sense gratification. Ultimately, such activities end in death. Materialists do not consider that after giving up the body, they may become embodied as lower animals, plants, or trees. Thus, all their activities simply defeat the purpose of life. Not only are they born ignorant, but they act on the platform of ignorance, thinking that they are getting material benefits in the shape of skyscraper buildings, big cars, honorable positions, and so on. The materialists do not know that in the next life they will be degraded and that all their activities simply serve as parabhava, their defeat. This is the verdict of Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.5 Parabhavas tavada bodha jata. One should therefore be eager to understand the science of the soul, Atma Tattva. Unless one comes to the platform of Atma Tattva, by which one understands that the soul and not the body is oneself, one remains on the platform of ignorance. Out of thousands and even millions of ignorant people who are wasting their time simply gratifying their senses, one may come to the platform of knowledge and understand higher values of life. Such a person is called a jnani. The Jnani knows that fruitive activities will bind him to material existence and cause him to transmigrate from one kind of body to another. As indicated in Srimad Bhagavatam by the term Sharira Bandha, bound to bodily existence, as long as one maintains any conception of sense enjoyment, his mind will be absorbed in karma, fruitive activity, and this will oblige him to transmigrate from one body to another. Thus, a Jnani is considered superior to a karmi because he at least refrains from the blind activities of sense enjoyment. This is the verdict of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. However, although a Jnani may be liberated from the ignorance of the karmis, unless he comes to the platform of devotional service, he is still considered to be in ignorance, avidya. Although one may be accepted as a Jnani or one advanced in knowledge, his knowledge is considered impure because he has no information of devotional service and thus neglects the direct worship of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When a Jnani takes to devotional service, he rapidly becomes superior to an ordinary Jnani. Such an advanced person is described as Jnana Vimukta Bhakti Parama. How a Jnani takes to devotional service is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita 7.19, wherein Krishna says, Bahunam janmanam ante jnanavam mam prapadyante vasudeva sarvam iti samahatma sudurlabha. Quote, after many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Unquote. Actually, a person is wise when he surrenders unto the lotus feet of Krishna, but such a Mahatma, great soul, is very rare. After taking to devotional service under the regulative principles, a person may come to the platform of spontaneous love of Godhead, following in the footsteps of great devotees like Narada and Sanaka and Sanatana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead then recognizes him to be superior. The devotees who have developed love of Godhead are certainly in an exalted position. Of all these devotees, the gopis are recognized as superior because they do not know anything other than satisfying Krishna, nor do the gopis expect any return from Krishna. Indeed, sometimes Krishna puts them into extreme suffering by separating himself from them. Nonetheless, they cannot forget Krishna. When Krishna left Vrindavan for Mathura, the gopis became most dejected and spent the rest of their lives simply crying in separation from Krishna. This means that, in one sense, they were never actually separated from Krishna. There is no difference between thinking of Krishna and associating with him. Rather, Vipralamba Seva, thinking of Krishna in separation, as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did, is far better than serving Krishna directly. Thus, of all the devotees who have developed unalloyed devotional love for Krishna, the gopis are most exalted, and out of all these gopis, Srimati Radharani is the highest. No one can excel the devotional service of Srimati Radharani. Indeed, even Krishna cannot understand the attitude of Srimati Radharani. Therefore, he took her position and appeared as Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, just to understand her transcendental feelings. In this way, Srila Rupa Goswami gradually concludes that Srimati Radharani is the most exalted devotee of Shri Krishna, and that her Kunda, lake, Shri Radha Kunda, is the most exalted place. This is verified in a quotation from Laghu Bhagavatamrita, Uttarakhanda 45, as quoted in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Yatha Radha Priya Vishnaus Tasyah Kundam Priyam Tatha Sarva Gopishu Saivaika Vishnu Ratyanta Vallabha. Quote, just as Srimati Radharani is dear to the Supreme Lord Krishna, Vishnu, so her bathing place, Radha Kunda, is equally dear to Krishna. Among all the gopis, she alone stands supreme as the Lord's most beloved. Unquote. Therefore, everyone interested in Krishna consciousness should ultimately take shelter of Radha Kunda and execute devotional service there throughout one's life. This is the conclusion of Rupa Goswami in this verse of Upadeshamrita. Last verse, text 11. Krishnasya chaih pranaya vasatir priya sibhyo piradha kundam chasya muni bhirabhitastadrik eva vyadhyahai yat preshtairapyalam asulabam kim punar bhakti bhajam tat premedam sakridapi sarasnatur avishkaroti. Krishnasya, of Lord Shri Krishna, Uchaih, very highly, Pranaya Vasatih, object of love, Priyasibhyah, out of the many lovable gopis, Api, certainly, Radha, Srimati Radharani, Kundam, lake, Cha, also, Asyah, of her, Munibhih, by great sages, Abhitah, in all respects, Tadrik Eva, similarly, Vyadhai is described, yet which, Preshtaih, by the most advanced devotees, Api, even, Alam, enough, Asulabham, difficult to obtain, Kim, what, Punah, again, Bhakti Bhajam, for persons engaged in devotional service, Tat, that, Prema, love of Godhead, Idam, this, Sakrit, once, Api, even, Sarah, lake, Snatu, of one who has bathed, Avishkaroti, arouses. Translation. Of the many objects of favored delight and of all the lovable damsels of Vrajabhumi, Srimati Radharani is certainly the most treasured object of Krishna's love. And in every respect, her divine Kunda is described by great sages as similarly dear to him. Undoubtedly, Radha Kunda is very rarely attained even by the great devotees. Therefore, it is even more difficult for ordinary devotees to attain. If one simply bathes once within those holy waters, one's pure love of Krishna is fully aroused. Purport. Why is Radha Kunda so exalted? The lake is so exalted because it belongs to Srimati Radharani, who is the most beloved object of Shri Krishna. Among all the gopis, she is the most beloved. Similarly, her lake, Shri Radhakunda, is also described by great sages as the lake that is as dear to Krishna as Radha himself. Indeed, Krishna's love for Radhakunda and Srimati Radharani is the same in all respects. Radhakunda is very rarely attained even by great personalities fully engaged in devotional service. Even by great personalities fully engaged in devotional service. Not to speak of ordinary devotees who are only engaged in the practice of Vaidhi Bhakti. It is stated that a devotee will at once develop pure love of Krishna in the wake of the gopis if he once takes a bath in Radhakunda. Srila Rupa Goswami recommends that even if one cannot live permanently on the banks of Radhakunda, he should at least take a bath in the lake as many times as possible. This is a most important item in the execution of devotional service. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes in this connection that Shri Radhakunda is the most select place for those interested in advancing their devotional service in the wake of the lady friends, sakhis, and confidential serving maids, manjaris of Srimati Radharani. Living entities who are eager to return home to the transcendental kingdom of God, Galoka Vrindavan, by means of attaining their spiritual bodies, Siddha Deha, should live at Radhakunda, take shelter of the confidential serving maids of Shri Radha, and under their direction engage constantly in her service. This is the most exalted method for those engaged in devotional service under the protection of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Wow, this is interesting. Serving Srimati Radharani, constantly being engaged under the protection of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this connection, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes that even great sages and great devotees like Narada and Sanaka do not get an opportunity to come to Radhakunda to take their baths. What then to speak of ordinary devotees? If by great fortune one gets an opportunity to come to Radhakunda and bathe even once, he can develop his transcendental love for Krishna, exactly as the gopis did. It is also recommended that one should live on the banks of Radhakunda and should be absorbed in the loving service of the Lord. One should bathe there regularly and give up all material conceptions, taking shelter of Shri Radha and her assistant gopis. If one is thus constantly engaged during his lifetime, after giving up the body, he will return back to Godhead, to serve Shri Radha in the same way as he contemplated during his life on the banks of Radhakunda. The conclusion is that to live on the banks of the Radhakunda and to bathe there daily constitute the highest perfection of devotional service. It is a difficult position to attain even for great sages and devotees like Narada. Thus there is no limit to the glory of Shri Radhakunda. By serving Radhakunda, one can get an opportunity to become an assistant of Srimati Radharani under the eternal guidance of the gopis. Jai. Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shyam. Shri Radhakunda ki Jai. All glories to Shri Radhakunda. Wow, I really I don't think I'm qualified to say anything at this moment. Jai. This was Nectar. Let's not spoil it with my commentaries, useless commentary. So thank you so much for tuning in. I consider myself to be very fortunate to have read this book again. And whoever tuned in and listened, you are all very fortunate. And I pray and hope that by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, all of us will be able to one day become confidential. Prabhupada said, take shelter of the confidential serving maids of Shri Radha, and under their direction engage constantly in her service, under the protection of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jai. So thank you so much for tuning in. The link to this book is in the description. We shall start the next book tomorrow, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna.